The Alpha King's Bargain for an Heir. By Shadow Howell's Tale. The proclamation spreads through the territories. Any woman who bears Isaac Gomeh a child will have her family saved and be granted wealth for life. Part 1. The Desperate Choice. Chapter 1. The Weight of Debt. The rain hammered against the cracked window panes of the Golf family cottage like the fists of creditors demanding payment. Elizabeth Golf pressed her palm against the cold glass, watching the storm turn the dirt road into a river of mud. Behind her, in the single room that served as kitchen, bedroom, and living space for what remained of her family, her father's labored breathing filled the silence between thunderclaps. Lizzie. His voice was a rasp, weakened by the lung fever that had taken root 3 months ago and refused to let go. Come here, say, girl. Elizabeth turned from the window, her heart clenching at the sight of John Golf propped against threadbare pillows. Once, he had been a man of pride and strength, a skilled craftsman whose furniture graced the homes of wealthy merchants. Now he was a shadow, his chest hollow, his hands trembling with the effort of simply existing. I'm here, Papa. She knelt beside his pallet, taking his cold hand in both of hers. The debt collectors came again today. His eyes still sharp despite his failing body fixed on her face. While you were at the market. Elizabeth's stomach dropped. What did they say? 3 days. He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that seemed to shake his entire frame. 3 days to pay what we owe, or they take the cottage. They'll sell everything. Your mother's wedding ring, the tools. Everything. The sum was impossible. 200 gold crowns, a fortune that might as well have been 2,000. Her father's illness had drained their savings. The medicines, useless as they'd proven, had cost more than a year's earnings. And when he could no longer work, the orders had stopped coming. The debts had mounted like storm clouds on the horizon, and now the deluge had arrived. I'll find a way, Elizabeth said, though the words felt hollow even as she spoke them. I'll go to the merchant houses tomorrow. Someone must need a seamstress or a... Elizabeth. Her father's grip tightened with surprising strength. Listen to me. There's talk in the village, whispers about the Alpha King. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Everyone in the 5 kingdoms knew of Isaac Gomeh, the Alpha King of the Northern Realm. Even here, in the remote southern territories, his legend cast a long shadow. They said he was cursed. They said his wolf was a monster, twisted by dark magic during the War of the Broken Moon. They said he had retreated to his fortress in the Black Pine Mountains, emerging only to crush rebellions with brutal efficiency. They said he was looking for a woman to bear his heir. No. The word escaped Elizabeth's lips before she could stop it. Papa, no. The proclamation came through the village 3 weeks ago. Her father's eyes were desperate, pleading. Any woman of childbearing age who agrees to the contract will have her family's debts forgiven, completely erased, and if she bears him a child, her family will be granted lands and title. They also say, Elizabeth's voice was barely a whisper, that no woman who has gone to his fortress has ever returned to tell what happened there. Because they're living in luxury, protected by royal decree. Her father pulled himself up slightly, wincing with the effort. Lizzie, I know what I'm asking. God help me, I know, but we're out of options. In 3 days, you'll have no home. I'll die in a debtor's prison, and you'll be alone in a world that has no mercy for a woman with nothing. The rain continued its assault on the cottage. Somewhere in the distance, Lightning split the sky, illuminating the room in stark, colorless clarity. Elizabeth saw the truth written in every line of her father's face, heard it in every labored breath. He was asking her to sell herself to save him. And God forgive her, she was considering it. The proclamation said women could present themselves at the regional garrison, her father continued. The Alpha King's men review the applications. If you're selected, they handle everything. The debts, the arrangements. You would leave immediately. And if I'm not selected? Her father's silence was answer enough. They both knew what Elizabeth looked like. Auburn hair that caught fire in the sunlight. Green eyes that had drawn the attention of every boy in the village since she'd turned 16. A figure that her mother had once said was cursed with beauty in a world that hungers. She would be selected. Of course she would be selected. I need to think, Elizabeth said, rising to her feet on unsteady legs. We don't have time for thinking, girl. We have 3 days. Then I'll think fast. She grabbed her threadbare cloak from the hook by the door and stepped out into the storm. The rain soaked through her clothes in seconds, but she barely noticed. She walked without direction, her feet carrying her through the mud and darkness until she found herself at the edge of the village, where the old stone bridge crossed the swollen river. This was where her mother used to bring her, before the fever had taken her 2 years ago. When the world feels too heavy, Eleanor Golf had said, you come here and you let the river carry your worries away. Water doesn't judge, Lizzie, it just flows. But the river couldn't carry away a debt of 200 gold crowns. It couldn't cure her father's failing lungs. And it certainly couldn't make the choice that now lay before her any easier. Elizabeth closed her eyes and let herself imagine it. Walking into the garrison with her head held high, signing whatever devil's contract they put before her, being taken away to the Black Pine Mountains, to a fortress of ice and stone, to a man, no, not a man, an alpha, who needed her for one purpose only, to bear his child. The image that formed in her mind was borrowed from village gossip and travelers' tales. Isaac Gomeh, they said, was massive even for an alpha, standing nearly 7 feet tall with shoulders broad enough to block out the sun. His wolf was jet black with eyes like burning coals. He'd been scarred in the war, his face carved up by enemy blades, his body broken and remade into something between man and monster. They said he took his pleasure in darkness because the light couldn't bear to touch him. They said he had killed his last mate with his bare hands when she'd tried to escape. They said a lot of things, Elizabeth thought bitterly, and most of it was probably lies meant to scare young girls into obedience. But even if only a fraction of it was true. Thunder rolled across the sky, and in the distance a wolf howled. Not unusual in this part of the country, but the sound sent a shiver down Elizabeth's spine that had nothing to do with the cold. She thought of her father's desperate eyes, his trembling hands, his rattling breath. She thought of the cottage, not much, but home, being stripped away board by board. She thought of dying alone in some gutter while her father rotted in a cell built for men who couldn't pay their debts. And she thought of the Alpha King's proclamation. Any woman who bears the Alpha King and heir will be granted wealth, title, and the protection of the crown for life. It wasn't a choice. It had never been a choice. It was survival dressed up as decision-making. Elizabeth opened her eyes and looked out at the churning river, swollen with rain and rage. "Forgive me, Mama," she whispered to the storm. "Forgive me for what I'm about to do." Then she turned and walked back to the cottage, her path illuminated by lightning, her choice made by desperation. Chapter 2. The Application. The northern garrison stood like a gray scar against the landscape, all hard angles and cold stone. Elizabeth had passed it 100 times in her life without ever going inside. It was a place for soldiers and criminals, for men who dealt in violence and women who had nowhere else to go. Now she stood before its iron gates, clutching a worn leather satchel that contained everything she owned. 2 dresses, her mother's silver locket, a book of pressed flowers, and the official summons she'd received that morning after presenting herself to the garrison captain. Elizabeth Gomeh. Your application to the Alpha King's Royal Breeding Program has been received and approved. You are hereby summoned to appear at the northern garrison at sunset on the 15th day of the frost month for transport to Black Pine Fortress. Failure to appear will result in immediate disqualification and forfeiture of all offered compensation. By order of His Majesty, Alpha King Isaac Gomeh. The words Royal Breeding Program made her stomach turn. At least they weren't pretending it was anything other than what it was. You the golf girl? Elizabeth looked up to find a soldier watching her from the gateway. He was older, scarred, with the kind of face that had seen too much and cared too little. His uniform bore the insignia of the Alpha King's Guard, a black wolf's head on a field of silver. I am, Elizabeth said, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. Papers. She handed him the summons. He barely glanced at it before nodding toward the interior courtyard. Through there, you'll wait with the others. Others? But the soldier had already turned away, dismissing her. Elizabeth stepped through the gate into a world she'd never wanted to see. The courtyard was larger than she'd expected, surrounded on all sides by high stone walls. In the center, huddled beneath a wooden awning that provided inadequate shelter from the drizzling rain, stood 7 other women. Elizabeth's first thought was that they all wore the same expression she imagined on her own face, determination masking desperation. Her second thought was that they were all beautiful, each in her own way. A tall woman with hair like spun gold, a petite brunette with doe eyes. A striking woman with dark skin and the bearing of someone born to better circumstances. The Alpha King selectors, it seemed, had specific tastes. First time selling yourself to a monster? The voice came from a woman leaning against one of the courtyard pillars, slightly apart from the others. She was perhaps 30, with shrewd eyes and the kind of beauty that had weathered hard years without quite breaking. I'm not, Elizabeth started, then stopped. What was the point of lying? Yes, the woman laughed, a sound without humor. At least you're honest. I'm Vera, 4th time applying. 4th? Elizabeth couldn't hide her shock. Why would you? Because I have 5 children and a husband who drank himself to death, leaving me with debts that could fill this courtyard. Vera's eyes were hard as flint. I've been rejected 3 times, too old, they said. As if any of this has anything to do with age or choice or dignity. But they've relaxed the requirements, getting desperate for volunteers. So here I am again. What happens if you're accepted? You really don't know? Vera studied her with something between pity and contempt. They take you to Black Pine. You're presented to the Alpha King. If he accepts you, you sign a contract binding you to him until you either bear him an heir or fail to conceive within 2 years. During that time, you'll be housed in the fortress, provided for, and... She paused, her mouth twisting. Used as needed. The clinical nature of the description made Elizabeth's skin crawl. And if you fail to conceive? You're released with a generous settlement. Your family's debts are still forgiven. You're given enough gold to start a new life somewhere else. Vera shrugged. Not the worst fate in the world, all things considered. And if you do conceive? Then you've hit the jackpot, girl. You become the mother of the Alpha King's heir. You'll want for nothing for the rest of your life. Your child will be royalty. Your family will be elevated to the noble class. Vera's expression turned bitter. Of course, you'll never be his mate, never be his queen, just the woman who gave him what he needed. Before Elizabeth could respond, the courtyard gates opened again. This time, a woman entered who could only be described as formidable. She was tall, perhaps 6 feet, with silver-streaked black hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore the uniform of the Alpha King's guard, but with additional insignia that marked her as someone of significant rank. Her eyes swept across the assembled women with the cold efficiency of a livestock inspector. I am Commander Sarah Blackwood, she announced, her voice carrying easily across the courtyard. I oversee the selection process for the Alpha King's breeding program. You have all been approved based on your initial applications. However, before transport to Black Pine, you will undergo final evaluation. This will include a medical examination, a formal interview, and a review of your contracts. Those who pass will leave tonight. Those who don't will be escorted from the garrison. Are there any questions? Silence. The rain continued to drizzle, cold and indifferent. Good. When your name is called, you will follow the escort to the examination rooms. Elizabeth Golf. Elizabeth's heart hammered against her ribs. She was first. Of course she was first. She picked up her satchel and stepped forward, ignoring Vera's whispered, "Good luck." The escort was a female soldier, young and expressionless, who led Elizabeth through a maze of corridors to a sparse room containing only an examination table, a desk, and 2 chairs. A woman in healer's robes waited there, her face kind but professional. Miss Golf, I'm Healer Agnes. I'll be conducting your medical examination. Please remove your clothing and lie on the table. Elizabeth's hands shook as she undressed, folding her worn dress with care born of habit. The examination was thorough and deeply uncomfortable. Agnes checked everything from her teeth to her reproductive organs with the same brisk efficiency one might use to evaluate a horse before purchase. Elizabeth stared at the ceiling and tried to pretend she was somewhere else. You're healthy, Agnes said finally, making notes on a parchment. No signs of disease, no prior pregnancies, and your cycle is regular. You'll do well. She said it as if it were a compliment, as if Elizabeth had won some kind of prize. Thank you, Elizabeth managed, though she wanted to scream. After dressing, she was led to another room where Commander Blackwood waited behind a heavy wooden desk. The contract lay before her, thick with official seals and dense legal text. Sit, Blackwood commanded. Elizabeth sat. I'm going to be frank with you, Miss Golf, in a way the official documents cannot be. Blackwood leaned forward, her eyes pinning Elizabeth in place. The Alpha King is not a man accustomed to gentleness. He is not looking for a companion or a friend. He needs an heir, and he will do what is necessary to obtain one. If you go to Black Pine, you will be expected to submit to him whenever he requires it, for as long as it takes. You will live in his fortress, under his rules, subject to his will. In exchange, your family will be saved from ruin. You, should you bear him a child, will be set for life. Do you understand the bargain you're making? Yes. The word came out steady, though Elizabeth felt anything but. Have you ever been with a man? Heat flooded Elizabeth's cheeks. No. Blackwood nodded as if she'd expected this answer. That's actually preferable. The Alpha King values purity. The word hung in the air like a curse. But it also means you have no idea what you're agreeing to. The mating of alphas is not gentle, Miss Golf. It's primal, consuming. His wolf will mark you, claim you. It will be painful, especially the first time. Are you prepared for that? No, God, no, but what she said was, I am. Blackwood studied her for a long moment, then pushed the contract across the desk. Read it. Take your time. If you sign, there's no backing out. Elizabeth read, though the legal language swam before her eyes. The terms were exactly as Vera had described. She would belong to the Alpha King until she either conceived his child or 2 years passed without conception. During that time, she would have no rights, no freedom, no identity beyond her purpose. Her family's debts would be cleared immediately upon her arrival at Blackpine. If she bore a child, she would receive an estate, a title, and an annual income that would keep her in comfort for life. If she refused him, fled, or violated the terms of the contract in any way, her family's debts would be reinstated with additional penalties. She would be branded a contract breaker, unemployable and unmarriageable. It was a gilded cage with iron bars. Elizabeth picked up the quill, dipped it in ink, and signed her name in a hand that barely shook at all. Welcome to the program, Miss Golf. Blackwood took the contract, added her own signature as witness, and sealed it with the Alpha King's sigil. A black wolf's head pressed into red wax. You leave in 2 hours. Say your goodbyes now. You won't get another chance. The letter to her father had already been written, composed in the sleepless hours before dawn. Dearest Papa, by the time you read this, I will be gone. Please don't try to find me or bring me back. The debt is paid. The cottage is yours. You will receive funds for your medicine and care. Use them. Live, Papa. That's all I ask. Live and know that I chose this freely and that I love you. Your daughter, Elizabeth. She'd left it on the kitchen table before slipping out at first light, unable to face her father's tears or her own second thoughts. Now then, sitting in the back of a covered wagon with 5 other selected women, Vera among them, to Elizabeth's surprise, she watched her village disappear into the distance. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained a sullen gray, promising more storms to come. First time leaving home? Vera asked, settling herself against the wagon's side. Yes. It gets easier, the leaving, I mean. Nothing about the rest of this gets easier. Vera closed her eyes. But at least we'll be warm. Blackpine Fortress is said to be heated by geothermal springs. Imagine that. Warm floors in winter. My children won't remember what that feels like. Elizabeth looked at the other women in the wagon. The golden-haired woman sat rigid, her hands clasped in her lap. The petite brunette was crying silently, tears streaming down her face. The dark-skinned woman stared out at the passing landscape with an expression of grim determination. They were all someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's last hope. And they were all traveling north to the Blackpine Mountains, to a fortress built of stone and isolation, to meet a king who needed them for one purpose only. Elizabeth pulled her mother's locket from her satchel and opened it. Inside were 2 miniature portraits, her mother on one side, her father on the other. Both young, both smiling, caught in a moment before illness and debt and desperation had carved the joy from their lives. I'll survive this, she whispered to their painted faces. I'll survive, and I'll make it mean something." The wagon rattled on through the afternoon and into evening. When darkness fell, they stopped at a garrison way station where they were given hot soup, warm beds, and guards to ensure no one changed their mind and tried to flee. Elizabeth lay awake listening to the sound of someone crying in another room, and she wondered if it was brave or foolish to have made the choice she'd made. By morning, she still didn't have an answer. But it no longer mattered. The wagon rolled on, carrying her north toward her fate, toward Black Pine Fortress, toward the Alpha King who had bargained for an heir and gotten Elizabeth Golf instead. Chapter 3: The Arrival. The Black Pine Fortress first appeared as a smudge on the horizon, a dark irregularity against the white-capped mountains. As the wagon drew closer over the course of the next 2 days, that smudge resolved into something that made Elizabeth's breath catch in her throat. It wasn't a castle in the traditional sense. It was a weapon. Built directly into the mountainside, the fortress seemed to have grown from the stone itself, all sharp angles and brutal efficiency. Towers rose like fangs against the sky. Walls thick enough to withstand siege warfare sloped outward at sharp angles. And everywhere, on every battlement, every gate, every watchtower, flew the banner of the Alpha King, a black wolf on silver, its eyes like drops of blood. "God have mercy," breathed the golden-haired woman. Elizabeth had learned her name was Helena, and she was the daughter of a bankrupt merchant. "He won't," Vera muttered. "Not here." The wagon passed through 3 separate checkpoints before reaching the main gates, each one manned by soldiers whose eyes tracked the women with expressions that ranged from indifference to pity. At the final gate, Commander Blackwood herself rode up alongside them on a massive gray destrier. "Welcome to Blackbone," she called out, her voice carrying easily over the wind. "When we enter, you will be escorted to the women's wing. You will bathe, dress in appropriate clothing, and be given your quarters. Tomorrow morning, you will be presented to His Majesty. Tonight, let's pray. Make your peace with whatever gods you follow." "Comforting," Helena whispered. The gates opened with a groan of metal on stone. The wagon rolled through into a courtyard that could have held Elizabeth's entire village twice over. Soldiers drilled in formation on one side. Servants hurried back and forth with supplies. And everywhere, that sense of rigid military discipline, of a place built for war, and nothing softer. They were escorted not by soldiers, but by women in simple gray dresses marked with the same wolf insignia. Servants, Elizabeth realized, or perhaps previous applicants who had failed to conceive and chosen to stay. They moved with quiet efficiency, leading the new arrivals through corridors of dark stone lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The women's wing was located in the eastern tower, far from the main keep. It was more comfortable than Elizabeth had expected. Actual beds with thick mattresses, windows with glass, a luxury she'd rarely seen, and a bathing room with a large copper tub already filled with steaming water. "You'll bathe in groups," announced one of the gray-dressed women, a stern-faced matron who introduced herself as Mistress Hollis. "Modesty is a luxury you can no longer afford. You belong to the Alpha King now, and he has little patience for games or shame." Being stripped and scrubbed alongside 5 other women was humiliating, but Elizabeth forced herself to endure it with as much dignity as she could muster. The servants were thorough, washing hair, trimming nails, smoothing scented oils into skin. By the time they were finished, Elizabeth barely recognized her own reflection in the polished silver mirror. "You're beautiful," Helena said softly, standing beside her wrapped in a towel. "We all are. That's why we're here." Beauty is just another word for useful, Vera replied from across the room. Don't forget that. They were dressed in simple white shifts, some kind of symbolic purity, Elizabeth supposed, and shown to their individual rooms. Elizabeth's was small but clean, with a narrow bed, a wooden chest, a chair, and that precious glass window overlooking the courtyard below. She stood at that window as darkness fell over Black Pine, watching torches spring to life across the fortress like fallen stars. Somewhere in this sprawling complex of stone and shadow was Isaac Gomeh, the Alpha King. Tomorrow she would meet him. Tomorrow, the bargain would become real. Tonight, she was still Elizabeth Golf, still herself. She didn't sleep. Chapter 4, The Presentation. They came for the women an hour past dawn. Mistress Hollis and 2 servants carrying dresses that made Elizabeth's breath catch. They were beautiful, not elaborate or showy, but elegant. Soft fabrics in jewel tones, sapphire blue, emerald green, deep burgundy. Elizabeth was given a dress the color of a forest at twilight, dark green with subtle silver embroidery at the hem and sleeves. The Alpha King appreciates beauty, Mistress Hollis explained as she helped Elizabeth into the dress. But he despises ostentation. These are meant to enhance, not disguise. The dress fit perfectly, which meant someone had taken her measurements during that first examination. The bodice was snug but not uncomfortable, cut to emphasize her figure without being obscene. The skirt fell in soft folds to the floor. For the first time in her life, Elizabeth looked like someone who might belong in a palace. "Your hair," one of the servants said, and Elizabeth sat while skilled hands braided and pinned, creating an elegant updo that exposed her neck and shoulders. "Why the neck?" Elizabeth asked. The servant's hands hesitated for just a moment. "The Alpha will want to see it. The neck is where the mating mark goes." Of course, the claim, the brand. Elizabeth's stomach twisted, but she kept her expression calm. When all 6 women were dressed and prepared, they were led from the eastern tower through a series of corridors that seemed designed to impress and intimidate in equal measure. Tapestries depicting battles lined the walls. Suits of armor stood like silent sentinels. And everywhere, that wolf insignia, watching from banners and carvings and the very stones themselves. They arrived at a massive double door of dark wood, carved with intricate scenes of wolves hunting beneath a full moon. 2 guards stood at attention, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. "The throne room," Mistress Hollis announced. "You will enter when summoned. You will kneel before the Alpha King. You will speak only if addressed directly. You will show respect at all times or face immediate dismissal." "What happens when we are dismissed?" asked the petite brunette. Lily, her name was. Mistress Hollis's expression softened, just slightly. "Then you go home with your family's debts paid and a settlement in gold. There are worse fates, girl." The doors opened. The throne room was vast enough to host an army. Pillars of dark stone rose to a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. Torches lined the walls, their light reflecting off polished stone floors. And at the far end, on a dais of 3 steps, sat a throne of carved obsidian. On that throne sat Isaac Gomeh. Elizabeth's first thought was that every rumor hadn't been enough to prepare her. He was enormous, not just tall, though he was easily 7 feet, but broad in a way that spoke of raw, devastating power. His shoulders stretched the fabric of his black tunic. His hands resting on the arms of the throne were large enough to encircle a man's throat. His face was all hard angles and sharp planes, handsome in a brutal, uncompromising way. And the scars. God, the scars. They carved across the left side of his face from temple to jaw, 3 parallel lines that looked like claw marks. They pulled at his eye slightly, giving him a perpetual expression of cold intensity. They continued down his neck and disappeared beneath his collar, suggesting damage that went far deeper than the surface. But it was his eyes that truly captured her. They were amber, not brown, not hazel, but true amber, the color of honey held up to sunlight, or a wolf's eyes reflecting firelight. And they were utterly, devastatingly cold. They swept over the assembled women with all the warmth of a winter wind, assessing, cataloging, dismissing. "Present them," he commanded, and his voice was exactly what Elizabeth had imagined. A deep rumble that seemed to vibrate in her chest, carrying the weight of absolute authority. Commander Blackwood, standing to the right of the throne, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, 6 candidates have been selected and prepared for your consideration. All have signed the contracts. All have been medically cleared. All are virgins of childbearing age from the Southern Territories." Isaac's expression didn't change. He could have been reviewing livestock or weapon shipments. "Bring them forward, one at a time." The next hour was the most humiliating of Elizabeth's life. Each woman was called forward to stand before the Alpha King while Commander Blackwood recited details that reduced them to breeding statistics. Age, health status, family background, reasons for entering the program. Isaac examined each one with clinical detachment, occasionally asking questions in that deep, emotionless voice. To Helena, "Your father is a merchant. You are educated?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I can read and write in 3 languages." "Intelligence isn't a requirement, just fertility." To Vera, "You've had 5 children. Why are you here?" "My husband's death left us destitute, Your Majesty." "Proven fertility is valuable, but you're old." "I'm 32, Your Majesty." "And I said, old." Vera's jaw clenched, but she remained silent. When Elizabeth's turn came, her legs were shaking so badly she wasn't sure she could walk the distance to the throne. But somehow she did, her green dress whispering against the stone floor, her hands clasped in front of her to hide their trembling. "Elizabeth Golf," Commander Blackwood announced. "Age 21. No living mother, father dying of lung fever. Family debts of 200 gold crowns. No education beyond basic literacy. No prior sexual experience. No medical complications." Isaac leaned forward slightly, those amber eyes fixing on Elizabeth with an intensity that made her want to step back. Up close, he was even more overwhelming. Not just his size, but the sheer presence of him, the sense of barely contained power, of a predator studying prey. "Look at me," he commanded. Elizabeth had been staring at the floor. She forced her eyes up, meeting his gaze directly. It took every ounce of courage she possessed. For a long moment, he simply looked at her. His eyes traced her face, her neck, the line of her shoulders. Not with desire. There was nothing warm or human in that gaze, but with the same clinical assessment he'd applied to the others. Then something changed. His eyes narrowed fractionally. His head tilted just slightly to one side. The wolf, Elizabeth realized with a jolt of terror. The wolf inside him was studying her. "Come closer," he said. Elizabeth's feet moved without her conscious volition, carrying her up the 3 steps to stand directly before the throne, close enough that she could see the amber flecks in his eyes, the way his scars caught the torchlight, the pulse beating steadily in his throat. Isaac inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring, scenting her, the predator confirming what his eyes had already told him. "You're terrified," he observed. Not a question, a fact. "Yes, Your Majesty." There was no point in lying. "Good. Fear means you understand the situation." He leaned back in his throne, but his eyes never left her face. "Do you know why you're here, Elizabeth Golf?" "To bear you an heir, Your Majesty." "No." His voice dropped lower, became almost intimate, though no less cold. "You're here because your father is dying, and you love him enough to sell yourself to a monster. You're here because you had no other choice, and I'm offering you the illusion that this is somehow better than the alternative. You're here because the world is cruel, and we're both victims of that cruelty making the best of a terrible situation." The honesty was more shocking than any cruelty could have been. Elizabeth found herself staring at him, really seeing him for the first time. The coldness in his eyes wasn't just detachment. It was a shield. Behind it, buried so deep she might have imagined it, was something that looked almost like shame. "I accept the contract," Isaac said, his voice returning to its formal tone as he addressed Commander Blackwood. "This one will do. Prepare the binding ceremony for tonight. Dismiss the others." And just like that, Elizabeth's fate was sealed. The other women were escorted from the throne room with various degrees of relief or disappointment. Vera caught Elizabeth's eye as she passed and mouthed something that might have been "good luck" or "I'm sorry." Then they were gone, and Elizabeth stood alone before the Alpha King. "You're dismissed as well," Isaac said, not looking at her. "Mistress Hollis will explain what happens next. Be ready at moonrise." Elizabeth curtsied, something she'd never done in her life before today, and fled. The chamber Mistress Hollis led Elizabeth to after the presentation was far more comfortable than she'd expected. It wasn't luxurious. Nothing in Black Pine Fortress seemed designed for comfort, but it had a proper bed with thick blankets, a small fireplace that actually worked, and that precious glass window overlooking the eastern courtyard. "This was Queen Eleanor's ladies' wing," Mistress Hollis explained as she lit the fire. "After she died, King Isaac closed it off. You're the first woman to occupy these rooms in 15 years. Elizabeth ran her hand along the stone windowsill, feeling the dust of abandonment beneath her fingers. "Why me? Why not the others?" "Because you're the one he chose." Mistress Hollis straightened from the fire, her expression unreadable. "The binding ceremony is tonight. You should rest while you can. Eat something. The next few hours will be difficult." After Mistress Hollis left, Elizabeth tried to follow her advice. A tray had been left with bread, cheese, cold meat, and ale. She forced herself to eat, though everything tasted like ash. She tried to rest, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, but her mind wouldn't quiet. What would it be like? The binding ceremony, the mating, the moment when Isaac Gomeh would claim her body and mark her as his? The clinical explanation from Commander Blackwood had told her the mechanics but nothing about the reality. Would it hurt? Of course it would hurt. She was a virgin, and he was enormous, and there would be teeth involved. Elizabeth touched her neck, the place where the mating mark would go. For the rest of her life, she would carry the scar of his teeth. Every werewolf who saw her would know she belonged to the Alpha King. She would be branded, marked, claimed in a way that went far deeper than any marriage vow or contract signature. The thought should have terrified her. It did terrify her. But beneath the fear was something else. a strange, dark curiosity about what it would feel like to belong to someone so completely. To be wanted, even if only for the purpose she could serve. A knock on the door made her jump. Yes? A young servant girl entered, barely 14, her arms laden with fabric. "Mistress Hollis sent me, miss, to help you prepare." The preparation was even more invasive than Elizabeth had anticipated. The servant, whose name was Jenny, helped her bathe again in water scented with jasmine and something else Elizabeth couldn't identify, something that made her skin tingle. They washed her hair until it shone, then dried it carefully and left it loose, falling in waves down her back. "The alpha likes hair down," Jenny explained shyly. "Says it smells better that way, more natural." Elizabeth tried not to think about Isaac smelling her hair while they... Jenny helped her into the white silk shift, then stood back to examine her work. "You're very beautiful, miss. His Majesty is lucky." "I'm not sure luck has anything to do with it," Elizabeth replied, but she managed a small smile for the girl's kindness. When Mistress Hollis returned with the drugged wine, Elizabeth drank it gratefully. She needed the edges softened, needed the panic pushed back far enough that she could function. The warmth spread through her quickly, and she felt her breathing ease, her trembling hands steady. "Good girl," Mistress Hollis murmured. "Now there are things you should know before we go to the tower. Things that aren't in the contracts or the official explanations." Elizabeth focused on her through the pleasant haze. "What things?" "Isaac, His Majesty. He's not what people think. The coldness, the distance, its armor, protection. The war broke something in him, yes, but what it broke was his ability to trust, to be vulnerable, to believe that anything good could last." Mistress Hollis sat on the bed beside her. "I've known him since he was a boy, and I'm telling you this because you need to understand. He's not doing this because he's cruel or because he enjoys power over others. He's doing it because he's desperate and alone and doesn't know any other way to get what he needs." And what does he need? What we all need. Connection. Purpose. Someone to see him as more than just the monster the war made him. Mistress Hollis took Elizabeth's hand. "Tonight will be difficult. He'll try to keep it cold, transactional, because that's the only way he knows how to protect himself. But if you can be brave enough to see past that, if you can reach for the man underneath the armor, you might find something worth holding on to." "You're asking me to care about my captor," Elizabeth said slowly. "I'm asking you to recognize that you're both prisoners of circumstance, and that sometimes prisoners can find freedom in each other." Mistress Hollis stood. "Now come. It's time." The walk to the tower was longer than Elizabeth remembered. Or perhaps it just felt longer, knowing what awaited at the top. Her legs were heavy from the drug, her mind pleasantly disconnected from her body in a way that made everything feel slightly unreal. They climbed the winding stairs, up and up until Elizabeth's calves burned and her breathing came hard. Finally, they emerged into the circular chamber open to the sky. And there he was. Isaac stood silhouetted against the rising moon, and in that moment, Elizabeth understood why the ancient peoples had worshipped the moon as a goddess. The silver light transformed everything it touched, making even the brutal fortress beautiful, making even the scarred king something close to divine. He turned as they entered, and the moonlight caught his scars, turning them silver as well. His amber eyes found her immediately, and Elizabeth felt the weight of his gaze like a physical touch. "Leave us," he commanded, and Mistress Hollis departed without a word. Alone now. Just Elizabeth and Isaac and the watching moon. "Are you frightened?" Isaac asked, his voice softer than she'd heard it before. "Yes," Elizabeth answered honestly. The drug had loosened her tongue, stripped away the polite lies. "Good. Fear means you understand what's happening." He approached slowly, each step measured. "I'm going to give you one last chance, Elizabeth Golf. You can leave now. Walk down those stairs, and by morning, you'll be on a wagon heading south with enough gold to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Your father's debts will still be paid. The contract will be considered fulfilled through no fault of your own. You can walk away." Elizabeth's heart hammered. "And if I walk away, what happens to you?" "I'll try again, find another woman, make another bargain." His expression didn't change. "It doesn't matter." "It does matter," Elizabeth said, surprised by her own certainty. "Mistress Hollis told me about you, about the war and your mother and how you've been alone for so long. It matters." Something flickered in Isaac's eyes, surprise maybe, or hope quickly suppressed. "Don't make this about me. Don't try to save me, Elizabeth. I'm not worth saving." "That's not your decision to make," Elizabeth replied. She took a step toward him, then another, closing the distance between them. "I came here to save my father, but maybe I can do more than that. Maybe we can save each other." "You don't know what you're saying. The drug is making me brave enough to say what I actually think instead of what I'm supposed to think," Elizabeth interrupted. "And what I think is that you're not a monster. You're a man who's been hurt and doesn't know how to heal. And I'm a woman who's been backed into a corner and refuses to just give up. So let's make this bargain mean something more than just duty and desperation. Let's try to actually survive it together." Isaac stared at her for a long moment, then slowly. He reached out and cupped her face in one large hand. His palm was warm against her cheek, his touch surprisingly gentle for someone so powerful. "You're either very brave or very foolish," he murmured. "Probably both," Elizabeth admitted. A ghost of a smile touched his scarred mouth. "Then let's begin. Give me your hand." She extended her right hand, proud that it barely trembled. Isaac took it in his own massive palm, his skin hot against hers, calloused from weapons and work. With his other hand, he produced a small silver knife, its blade catching the moonlight. "This will hurt," he warned, then drew the blade across his palm in a single swift motion. Blood welled up immediately, dark and rich. Before Elizabeth could process what was happening, he did the same to her palm, a quick, sharp pain that made her gasp. He pressed their bleeding palms together. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. Heat flooded through Elizabeth's body, originating from the point where their blood mingled and racing through her veins like wildfire. She felt him, not just physically, but deeper, in some place she hadn't known existed. His presence crashed into her mind like a wave against rocks. Powerful, ancient, barely controlled. And beneath it all, she felt the wolf, the creature that lived inside him, that shared his body and his soul. It opened one massive eye and looked directly at her, and Elizabeth understood in that moment why the entire kingdom feared Isaac Gomeh. The wolf was enormous, not just large, but apocalyptic, a force of nature barely contained in flesh. Its eyes were the same amber as Isaac's, but they burned with an intensity that had nothing human in it. And it wanted her. God help her. It wanted her with a hunger that was both terrifying and oddly protective. "Breathe," Isaac commanded, and Elizabeth realized she'd stopped. "Breathe through it. The bond is forming." I can feel everything, she gasped. Your wolf, it's claiming you, Isaac finished, recognizing you as mine, as the mother of our children. His hand tightened around hers. You'll always feel it now. A thread connecting us. Distance doesn't matter. Walls don't matter. You are bound to me, Elizabeth Gulf, until death or contracts end. The heat began to recede, settling into a warm, constant presence at the back of her mind. She could still feel him there, a steady pulse of power and control, but it was no longer overwhelming. She could breathe. She could think. Isaac released her hand and stepped back. The blood bond is complete. Now comes the physical claiming. Elizabeth's stomach dropped. Now? Now. He gestured to the stone altar. The ceremony requires consummation under the full moon. It's not negotiable. The drug mistress Hollis had given her suddenly made terrible sense. Elizabeth looked at the altar, cold stone, no cushions, no comfort, and then back at Isaac's scarred, imposing figure. I've never... She started, then stopped. He knew that. Everyone knew that. Her virginity was part of what made her valuable. I know. Something that might have been sympathy crossed his features. I'll try to be gentle, but my wolf is very close to the surface during the claiming. I may not be able to maintain control throughout. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be honest. He moved to the altar, his movements precise despite his size. Come here, Elizabeth. Her legs moved without her permission, carrying her across the cold stone floor. The mountain wind raised goosebumps on her exposed skin. She stopped beside the altar, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might bruise her ribs. Isaac's hands went to the tie at her waist. His fingers were steady as he pulled the silk loose, letting her robe fall open. The thin shift beneath it might as well have been nothing. His eyes traced her body, but not with lust, with assessment, with that same clinical evaluation from the throne room. Lie down, he said. Elizabeth climbed onto the altar. The stone was cold against her back, hard and unforgiving. She stared up at the moon, trying to focus on its distant beauty rather than the reality of what was about to happen. Isaac moved to stand over her, his massive frame blocking out the stars. His hands went to the waistband of his trousers. Look at me, he commanded. Elizabeth forced her eyes to his face. In the moonlight, his scars seemed deeper, shadows carved into skin. But his eyes, those amber eyes that she could now feel at the back of her mind through the blood bond, held something unexpected. Apology. I'm sorry, he said quietly, and he meant it. For what this is. For what I'm about to do. For the fact that we're both trapped in a bargain neither of us wanted. Then he moved over her, and the ceremony began in earnest. The pain was immediate and intense, exactly as promised. Elizabeth bit down on her lip hard enough to draw blood, her hands gripping the edges of the altar until her knuckles went white. Isaac moved with controlled precision, trying to gentle what could not be gentled, trying to ease what could only hurt. But she felt the moment his control began to slip, felt the wolf rise closer to the surface, drawn by her blood and her fear and her submission. His eyes began to glow, amber bleeding into gold. His breathing became ragged, and his movements became more forceful, more desperate, more primal. Through the blood bond, Elizabeth felt his struggle, felt him fighting to maintain his humanity, to not give in completely to the wolf that wanted to claim and mark and possess. The effort it took was enormous. Every muscle in his body was taut with the strain of holding back. "I'm sorry," he gasped again, and then the wolf won. His hand went to her throat, not squeezing, just holding, a gesture of dominance and possession. His teeth found the junction of her neck and shoulder, and he bit down. The pain of it should have been unbearable, should have made her scream. Instead, something else happened. The blood bond, already formed, suddenly blazed white-hot. The mark, the claiming mark, seared itself into her skin. A brand that went deeper than flesh, deeper than bone, into the very essence of who she was. And Elizabeth felt something inside her shift and settle, like a lock clicking into place. The mating mark was complete. She belonged to him now, marked as his in a way that no contract or ceremony could ever fully convey. Any werewolf who saw her would know immediately whose claim she bore, whose protection she carried, whose children she would bear. Isaac finished with a roar that might have been triumph or anguish or both. He collapsed beside her on the altar, his massive chest heaving, his eyes slowly fading from gold back to amber as the wolf retreated. For a long moment, neither of them moved. They simply lay there on the cold stone under the watching moon. Two people who had just become irrevocably connected by blood and mark and ancient ritual. Finally, Isaac stirred. He sat up, his movements heavy with exhaustion, and looked at her. Really looked at her. His eyes traced the mark on her neck. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it, a permanent brand that pulsed with warmth. "It's done," he said quietly. "You're mine now, by law, by blood, by bond, until you bear me an heir or 2 years pass or one of us dies." "Do you understand?" Elizabeth nodded, not trusting her voice. Isaac stood, pulling his trousers back on with economical movements. He didn't offer to help her up, didn't offer comfort or gentleness or any pretense that what had just happened was anything other than a necessary transaction. "Mistress Hollis will come for you," he said. "She'll tend to your wounds and take you back to your chamber. Tomorrow your life here begins properly. You'll be given duties, rules, expectations. You'll attend to me when I require it. You'll submit to me when I demand it. And in return, you'll be fed, housed, and protected. Your father's debts are cleared. Your family is provided for. The bargain is fulfilled." He walked to the tower door, then paused with his hand on the latch. He didn't turn around, didn't meet her eyes. But his voice carried clearly in the mountain wind. "I truly am sorry, Elizabeth Golf, for all of this, for what you've lost, for what I've taken. If the world were different, if we were different, perhaps." He trailed off, then shook his head. "But the world is what it is, and we are what we are. Try to sleep. Tomorrow will be difficult." Then he was gone, descending the tower stairs and leaving Elizabeth alone with the moon, the mark, and the memory of amber eyes filled with regret. She touched the bite on her neck and felt the blood bond pulse in response, a constant reminder of the connection between them. She could feel him even now, somewhere in the fortress below, his presence a steady weight at the back of her mind. Isaac Gomeh, Alpha King of the Northern Realm, her captor, her destroyer, her mate. And somewhere, buried beneath the pain and humiliation and shock, Elizabeth felt something else stirring. Not love. It was far too soon for that, might never happen at all. But curiosity. Because in those final moments before the wolf took over, She had felt his struggle, had felt the effort it took to hold himself back, to try to spare her what pain he could. The monster had apologized. And that, Elizabeth thought as Mistress Hollis's footsteps echoed up the tower stairs, was perhaps the most dangerous thing of all. Chapter 6. Morning after Elizabeth woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and a body that ached in ways she'd never experienced. For a moment, she didn't remember where she was or why everything hurt. Then memory crashed back, the tower, the ceremony, the pain and the claiming and Isaac's teeth in her neck. She was in his chambers, in his bed. The sheets beneath her were fine silk, far better than anything she'd ever touched before, and they smelled like him, pine and leather and something wild she couldn't name. Isaac was gone. The space beside her was cold, suggesting he'd left hours ago. Elizabeth sat up slowly, wincing at the soreness between her legs, the throbbing heat of the mark on her neck. She looked down at herself and saw bruises blooming across her hips, her thighs, the imprint of his hands, his body, his claim. A knock at the door made her grab for the sheets, pulling them up to cover herself. Yes? A servant entered. Not Jenny, but an older woman with kind eyes and a professional demeanor. Good morning, miss. I'm Clara. I've been assigned to attend you. I've brought water for washing and fresh clothes. Elizabeth watched as Clara efficiently set up a washing station, laying out soap and clothes and a change of clothes with the ease of long practice. How many women has Isaac brought here? She asked before she could stop herself. Clara's movements didn't falter. You're the first since Queen Eleanor died, miss. This chamber has been closed for 15 years. His Majesty opened it specifically for you. Oh. Elizabeth didn't know what to make of that information. The mark will hurt for several days, Clara continued matter-of-factly as she helped Elizabeth from the bed. But Mistress Hollis has prepared a salve that will help, and the bruising will fade within a week. The bruising. Elizabeth looked down at herself again and felt something clench in her chest. She was marked inside and out, changed irrevocably by what had happened in that tower. Clara helped her wash, her touch brisk but not unkind. When Elizabeth hissed in pain as the cloth touched her neck, Clara made a sympathetic sound. That's a strong mark, miss, very deep. His wolf must have been quite insistent on the claim. Is that good or bad? Neither, really. It just means the bond is powerful. You'll feel him all the time now, even when you're apart, and he'll feel you. It's intimate in a way most humans never experience. As if to punctuate her words, Elizabeth suddenly felt something that wasn't her own emotion. A flash of cold determination laced with bone-deep weariness. Isaac. She was feeling Isaac, somewhere in the fortress, already engaged in whatever duties required his attention. I can feel him, Elizabeth whispered. That's the blood bond, Clara confirmed. It works both ways. He can feel you too. Best to keep that in mind. After washing and dressing, Clara had brought another gray dress, the uniform of women in the fortress. Elizabeth was escorted back to her own chamber in the women's wing. Breakfast was waiting. Porridge with honey, fresh bread, eggs, and fruit. More food than she'd normally see in 3 days back home. She forced herself to eat while her mind worked through the implications of the blood bond. Isaac could feel her emotions, which meant he'd felt her terror last night, her pain, her confusion. And he'd continued anyway because the ceremony required it, because duty demanded it, because they were both trapped in a bargain neither had fully chosen. Did he feel her now? Could he sense her trying to process what had happened? Trying to figure out who she was in the aftermath of being claimed? Elizabeth touched the mark on her neck, tracing the indent of teeth through the bandage Clara had applied. This was permanent. For the rest of her life, she would carry this scar, would feel Isaac at the back of her mind, would be connected to him in ways that transcended any normal relationship. "What have I done?" she whispered to the empty room. But she knew the answer. She'd saved her father. She'd secured her family's future. And in the process, she'd bound herself to a king who didn't know how to be anything but alone. A few minutes later, Mistress Hollis came into her room to announce her duty. "His Majesty has left instructions," Mistress Hollis continued, her voice carefully neutral. "You're to rest today, recover your strength. Tomorrow, you'll begin your duties." Duties? "You're not just here to bear his child, girl. You're part of the household now, and everyone in this fortress works. You'll be assigned tasks appropriate to your station, which is somewhere between servant and nobility, a peculiar position but not unprecedented." Mistress Hollis stood, smoothing her skirts. "Eat, bathe, rest, and try not to think too much about last night. What's done is done." In daylight, the fortress was even more imposing. Soldiers drilled in the courtyard with mechanical precision. Servants hurried about their business. In the distance, she could see the town that served the fortress, a sprawl of buildings clinging to the mountainside like barnacles on a ship. And somewhere in all of this, Isaac Gomeh was going about his day as if last night had been nothing more than another duty fulfilled. Perhaps for him, it had been. Through the blood bond, Elizabeth could feel him. It was disorienting, having someone else's presence constantly at the back of her mind. She could sense his mood, cold determination laced with a weariness that seemed bone deep. She could feel when his attention sharpened, probably in response to some matter of state. Once, mid-morning, she felt a spike of what might have been pain or might have been anger. There and gone so quickly she couldn't be sure. Could he feel her too? Could he sense her misery, her anger, her desperate homesickness for a life that was already gone? She touched the mark on her neck and wondered. Chapter 7. The First Week. The library became Elizabeth's sanctuary. It was the largest room she'd ever been in, 3 stories tall with a gallery running around the upper levels and more books than she could count. The smell of old paper and leather binding was comforting, familiar in a way nothing else in the fortress was. Her work was simple: dust the shelves, organize volumes that had been misshelved, catalog new acquisitions. It was quiet work that left her mind free to wander, to process, to slowly begin to accept her new reality. On her 3rd day, she discovered a section devoted entirely to botanical texts. Hundreds of volumes on plants, gardens, cultivation techniques, medicinal herbs. Someone, presumably Queen Eleanor, given Isaac's comments about his mother, had been passionate about gardening. Elizabeth pulled down a particularly beautiful volume bound in green leather and gold leaf. The Comprehensive Herbal, Plants of the Northern Realm and Their Uses. She opened it carefully and found detailed illustrations of plants she'd never seen, accompanied by notes in elegant handwriting about their properties, their preferred growing conditions, and their medicinal applications. She was so absorbed in reading about winter bloom, a rare plant that supposedly only grew above the snow line and could cure fevers, that she didn't notice she was no longer alone until a shadow fell across the page. Elizabeth looked up to find Isaac standing at the end of the reading table, watching her with an unreadable expression. "Your Majesty," she said, starting to rise. "Don't." He gestured for her to remain seated. I didn't mean to interrupt. You're not interrupting. I was just... Elizabeth gestured helplessly at the book. Reading about plants. Isaac moved closer, looking at the open pages. My mother's herbal. She compiled it herself over 30 years, traveling throughout the realm to document every plant species she could find. His voice held a note of, not quite warmth, but something softer than his usual cold precision. It's beautiful, Elizabeth said honestly. The illustrations, the detail, she must have been remarkable. She was. Isaac pulled out a chair and sat across from her, a shocking informality that made Elizabeth's breath catch. She believed that knowing how to make things grow was more important than knowing how to destroy them. My father thought it was a waste of time, royal frivolity, but she insisted. Did she teach you? Elizabeth asked cautiously. Yes, much to my father's disapproval. A bitter smile touched Isaac's scarred mouth. He wanted me to learn strategy and combat. She wanted me to learn the names of flowers. We compromised. I learned both. Elizabeth studied him in the library's soft light. Sitting down, less imposing, he looked almost approachable. Still intimidating, still clearly dangerous, but human. Do you still garden? No. The word was flat, final. After she died, I couldn't. Every plant reminded me of her. Every flower was a ghost. So I let it all die and focused on things that made sense. War, strategy, survival. But you remember, Elizabeth pressed gently, the knowledge is still there. Isaac's amber eyes met hers, and through the blood bond she felt a flicker of something painful and old. Yes, I remember, which is worse than forgetting. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of shared loss hanging between them. Elizabeth's mother, Isaac's mother, both gone, leaving wounds that hadn't healed. The garden is completely overgrown, Elizabeth said finally. I noticed it when they brought me through the courtyard. It's wild, neglected, but not dead, not entirely. No point in maintaining it. Isaac stood, the moment of vulnerability passing. No one cares about flowers in a military fortress. I care, Elizabeth said before she could stop herself. Isaac paused, his hand on the back of the chair. What? I care about the garden, about making things grow. Elizabeth stood as well, clutching the herbal against her chest. In my village, we had a small plot. Vegetables mostly, and a few herbs. But my mother always insisted on having at least one rose bush. She said that even when you're starving, you need beauty. You need something to remind you that life isn't just survival. Isaac was quiet for a long moment. Would you want to work in it? The garden? Could I? You can do whatever you want, Elizabeth. You're not a prisoner here. You're... He stopped, seeming to search for the right word. You're the woman who will bear my heir. That gives you certain freedoms. Then yes, Elizabeth said firmly. I'd like to work in the garden. I'd like to make something beautiful again. Something shifted in Isaac's expression, too quick for Elizabeth to identify. Then it's yours. Do what you will with it. He turned to leave, then paused at the library door. Elizabeth? Yes? Thank you for caring about something I couldn't anymore. Then he was gone, and Elizabeth stood alone among the books, holding his mother's herbs and feeling the faint warmth of his presence through the blood bond. That night, she was escorted to his chambers, not the ceremonial tower, but a more private space in the keep. The room was austere, almost military in its simplicity. A large bed dominated the space, but there were also maps spread across a desk, weapons mounted on the walls, and books stacked in corners. Isaac was standing by the window when she entered, still fully dressed. He didn't turn around. "Close the door," he commanded. She did. "Come here." Elizabeth approached on legs that felt like water. When she was close enough that she could smell the pine and leather scent of him, he finally turned to face her. "I won't make this worse than it has to be," he said quietly. "I don't take pleasure in your discomfort, but the bond requires reinforcement. Physical connection strengthens it, making the conception more likely. So, we'll do this regularly until you're pregnant. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." His jaw tightened. "Stop calling me that when we're alone. My name is Isaac." "Yes, Isaac." "Better." He reached out and gently moved her hair aside, exposing the mark on her neck. His fingers traced it, and the touch sent fire racing through her veins. "It's healing well, beautifully even. You wear my claim with grace." It wasn't a compliment exactly, more of an observation. Elizabeth didn't know how to respond, so she remained silent. Isaac began to undress her with the same clinical efficiency he'd shown during the ceremony. He wasn't rough, but he wasn't gentle either. He was simply practical, removing obstacles between them. When she was naked, he guided her to the bed and positioned her the way he wanted. This time there was no ceremony, no moon, no ritual. Just the physical act, performed with the same cold precision Isaac seemed to apply to everything in his life. He took her efficiently, thoroughly, without passion or cruelty. And when he was finished, he withdrew immediately and redressed. "You can go," he said, his back to her as he poured himself a drink from a decanter on his desk. "Someone will escort you back to your room." Elizabeth dressed with shaking hands and fled. Elizabeth started working in the garden the very next morning. She borrowed tools from the fortress groundskeeper, an elderly man named Tom who looked skeptical but handed over a spade, shears, and gloves without comment. The garden was even worse up close than it had appeared from a distance. Years of neglect had turned what had once been elegant beds into a tangled wilderness. Weeds choked what few flowers remained. Hedges had grown wild and shapeless. Paths were barely visible under encroaching grass and moss. But Elizabeth had grown up poor, had learned young that nothing came easy, that everything worth having required work. She knelt in the dirt and began. The first day, she cleared a single bed. Just one small plot, perhaps 6 feet square, pulling weeds until her hands cramped and her back ached. By the end of the day, she'd filled 3 baskets with debris and exposed dark, rich soil that smelled of potential. The second day, she pruned back one of the wild hedges, carefully shaping it back towards something resembling intentional design. The work was satisfying in a way her library duties weren't: immediate, tangible, transformative. The third day, she discovered she wasn't alone. She'd been working since dawn, focused on clearing another bed, when she felt it through the blood bond. Isaac's attention. She looked up to find him standing at the edge of the garden, still in what looked like training gear, watching her with that same unreadable expression. "You're making progress," he observed. "It's slow going," Elizabeth replied, brushing hair from her face with the back of her hand. "Years of neglect don't disappear in a few days." Isaac moved closer, his eyes tracking over the cleared beds, the pruned hedge, the growing pile of weeds waiting to be burned. "My mother used to say that gardens taught patience, that you couldn't rush growth, couldn't force things to bloom before they were ready." She was right. Elizabeth sat back on her heels, looking up at him. But gardens also teach hope. You put seeds in the ground not knowing if they'll grow, trusting that with enough care and time, something beautiful will emerge. Isaac was quiet, and through the bond, Elizabeth felt something complicated and painful. And if they don't grow, if the soil is too poor or the season too harsh, then you try again next year, Elizabeth said simply. Failure isn't permanent in a garden. There's always another season, another chance. Isaac looked at her for a long moment, and Elizabeth had the distinct impression he was seeing her, really seeing her for the first time. Not just the woman he'd purchased to bear his child, but a person with thoughts and philosophy and a strength that had nothing to do with physical power. "May I help?" he asked, so quietly she almost missed it. Elizabeth's breath caught. "You want to help me garden?" "I want to remember what it felt like before the war, before—" He gestured vaguely at himself, encompassing the scars, the coldness, the damage. "When I still knew how to make things grow instead of just watching them die." Elizabeth's throat tightened. This was trust, vulnerability, offered in the only way Isaac knew how. "Yes," she said, "yes, I'd like that." So they worked together as the sun climbed higher, king and claimed woman, kneeling side by side in the dirt. Elizabeth showed him which plants were weeds and which were worth saving. Isaac remembered more than he'd thought he would. The names of flowers, the proper way to prune a rosebush, the ideal depth for planting bulbs. They didn't talk much. The silence between them was comfortable, companionable, broken only by occasional practical questions or observations. And through the blood bond, Elizabeth felt something in Isaac that hadn't been there before. A tentative, fragile peace. When they finally stopped for the day, both filthy and exhausted, Isaac looked at her with something almost like gratitude in his amber eyes. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For letting me be something other than a king today, remembering that I used to be a person who cared about beautiful, pointless things like flowers." "They're not pointless," Elizabeth replied firmly. "And neither are you." Isaac looked like he wanted to argue, then shook his head. "You're stubborn, Elizabeth Golf." "So are you. Isaac Gomeh." A real smile ghosted across his face, the first she'd seen, and it transformed him utterly. For just a moment, she could see the boy he'd been before the scars and the war and the weight of a crown had carved away everything soft. Then the moment passed, and he was the Alpha King again, distant and controlled. But something had shifted between them, a crack in the armor that neither could quite close. The pattern established that day continued. Isaac would appear in the garden 2 or 3 times a week, always in the evening after his duties were complete. At first, he would work in silence, his presence more meditation than conversation. But gradually, slowly, words began to flow between them. Elizabeth learned that Isaac had a dry, dark sense of humor that caught her off guard, that he was widely read, able to quote poetry and philosophy with the same ease he discussed military strategy, that he played chess obsessively, seeing the world as a vast game of positioning and counterpositioning. "My father taught me," Isaac explained one evening as they transplanted seedlings. He said kings who couldn't think 3 moves ahead didn't stay kings for long. "Was he a good king?" Elizabeth asked cautiously. Isaac's hands stilled in the soil. "He was an effective king, cold, strategic, willing to sacrifice anything for the kingdom's security, including his own sons." He resumed planting, his movements precise. He sent my brother into battle knowing it was a death sentence. Marcus was a diplomat, not a warrior, but my father needed someone expendable to lead that charge, and the spare heir was more expendable than the legitimate one. Elizabeth's breath caught. He sent your brother to die? He sent him to do his duty. That Marcus died in the process was regrettable but acceptable. Isaac's voice was flat, emotionless, but through the bond, Elizabeth felt the rage and grief he'd buried so deep it had calcified into something hard and permanent. After Marcus died, I was all that remained, so I couldn't be expendable anymore. I had to survive, had to win, had to come home and inherit. Everything I did, every decision I made, was about staying alive because the alternative was letting my father's kingdom fall to someone even worse. That's a terrible burden for anyone to carry. It's my duty, Isaac looked at her. You understand duty, Elizabeth. You sold yourself to save your father. You made a choice that cost you everything because the alternative was unthinkable. But I did it for love, Elizabeth said quietly. You did it for obligation. Those aren't the same thing. Aren't they? In the end, we both sacrificed ourselves. The motivation hardly matters when the result is the same. The motivation is all that matters, Elizabeth argued. I chose my cage because I loved my father enough to save him. You chose yours because you felt obligated to a man who saw you as a chess piece. Those are entirely different things. Isaac studied her for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable. You really believe that, don't you? That love makes suffering worthwhile. Don't you? I don't know anymore, Isaac admitted. I loved my mother. I loved my brother. I loved the woman I was betrothed to before the war, a gentle girl named Celeste who wrote poetry and played the harp. I loved them all, and they all died, and the love didn't matter because death is death, and grief is just another word for weakness you can't afford. Elizabeth set down her trowel and moved closer to him, drawn by the pain bleeding through the blood bond. What happened to Celeste? Fever, while I was at war. Isaac's voice remained flat, but his hands clenched in the soil. She died alone in her family's estate while I was 200 miles away, knee-deep in mud and blood, fighting to survive another day. By the time I received word, she'd been dead for 3 months. They'd already buried her, already mourned her, already moved on. And no one thought to tell you immediately? They thought it would distract me, make me careless. They were probably right. If I'd known she was dying, I might have deserted to be with her. And then I would have been executed, and the kingdom would have fallen, and it all would have been for nothing. Isaac finally looked up, meeting her eyes. So you see, Elizabeth, love doesn't make suffering worthwhile. It just gives suffering another face to wear. Elizabeth reached out without thinking and covered his dirty hand with hers. I'm sorry for all of it, for Celeste and your brother and your mother, for the war and the scars and the fact that you came home to a kingdom that needed you to be a weapon instead of a person. Isaac stared at their joined hands, at her small fingers resting on his scarred knuckles. You should hate me, he said quietly, for what I've done to you. For buying you like livestock and using you without regard for what you wanted. You should hate me, but you're here, in the dirt, holding my hand and offering comfort I don't deserve. I don't hate you, Elizabeth said, and meant it. I'm angry about the circumstances that brought me here, yes. I'm grieving the life I lost. But I don't hate you, Isaac. I think you've been punished enough for sins that weren't entirely yours to begin with." Something broke in Isaac's expression, a crack in the ice that had encased him for so long. He turned his hand over, threading his fingers through hers, holding on like she was an anchor in a storm. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted, his voice rough. "How to be anything but alone. How to let someone close without expecting them to die or leave or realize I'm not worth the effort. I don't know how to be what you need." "Then we'll figure it out together," Elizabeth replied. "No expectations, no pressure, just two people who were forced into an impossible situation trying to make the best of it." Isaac looked at her for a long moment, then lifted their joined hands and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. A gesture so gentle it made her throat tight. "Together," he repeated, as if testing the word. "I think I'd like that." They remained in the garden as darkness fell and the stars emerged, hands joined, connected by blood and choice, and the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, they could build something real from the ashes of their broken lives. The third time was exactly a week after the binding ceremony. Elizabeth was in the library late in the evening reading by candlelight when the door opened and Isaac entered. She started to stand, to be curtsy, but he waved her back down. "What are you reading?" She showed him the spine. "A History of the Old Kingdoms." Heavy reading for a girl who grew up in a village. I never had access to books before. Elizabeth set the tone aside. "Here, I'm surrounded by them. It seems a waste not to learn." Isaac moved to the shelves, his fingers trailing along the spines with the familiarity of someone who knew each volume personally. "My mother believed education was a right, not a privilege. She made sure every child in the territory learned to read regardless of station. The nobles thought her mad." "She sounds remarkable." She was. Isaac pulled a book from the shelf, a slim volume bound in green leather. This was her favorite, poetry from the before times. She used to read it to me when I couldn't sleep. He held it out to Elizabeth. She took it carefully, aware that she was holding something precious. "You can keep it," Isaac said, "if you like poetry." "I don't know if I do. I've never read any." "Then now is your chance to find out." He turned to leave, then paused. "You're settling in well. The servants speak highly of your work ethic, and the garden looks better already." It was the closest thing to praise he'd given her. Elizabeth clutched the book to her chest. "Thank you." Isaac looked at her for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable in the candlelight. "Don't thank me, Elizabeth. I'm not your savior. I'm your captor, no matter how gilded the cage. Don't confuse necessity for kindness." Then he was gotten, leaving her alone with the poetry book and the growing, uncomfortable realization that Isaac Gomeh was far more complex than the monster she'd expected to find. The book of poetry became Elizabeth's constant companion. She read it in the garden while she worked, memorized verses while she cataloged books, whispered the words to herself as she lay in bed at night. The poems were beautiful and tragic, full of longing and loss and love in all its complicated forms. Her favorite was titled The Wolf's Lament. "I am creature, caught between two worlds, belonging to neither, too beast to walk among men, too human to run free with wolves. My heart remembers gentle things, my hands remember violence, and she who would embrace one must learn to live with both. For I cannot be tamed, but I can be trusted, cannot be owned, but can be chosen. And in that choice lies all the difference between captivity and devotion. She understood, with a clarity that surprised her, that Isaac had given her this book deliberately, that he was trying to tell her something he couldn't say aloud, that the monster knew he was a monster and hated it, that the cage imprisoned them both, that he was, in his own cold, damaged way, as trapped by this bargain as she was. And that knowledge changed something in Elizabeth. Not everything. She was still angry, still frightened, still mourning the life she'd lost. But beneath those feelings, a new understanding began to grow. If they were both prisoners, perhaps they could survive their imprisonment together. It was a small thought, fragile as a seedling breaking through frozen ground, but it was a beginning. Chapter 8. The Garden Connection. 3 weeks into her life at Black Pine Fortress, Elizabeth discovered something that would change everything. Isaac couldn't sleep. She learned this by accident, waking in the dead of night to an overwhelming sense of restlessness through the blood bond. It wasn't her restlessness. She'd been sleeping deeply, dreamlessly, but his. She could feel him pacing, feel the wolf prowling at the edges of his control, feel a weariness so profound it made her chest ache in sympathy. Elizabeth lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling, and wondered if he felt her every time she cried herself to sleep. If he sensed her homesickness, her occasional spikes of fear when she was summoned to his chambers, her growing frustration with the constraints of fortress life. The blood bond was supposed to facilitate conception, strengthen the mating. But it was also a curse, a constant reminder that neither of them would ever truly be alone again. She'd been summoned to his chambers 4 more times since that first night after the ceremony. Each time was the same, clinical, efficient, emotionless. Isaac took what he needed from her body with the same cold precision a blacksmith might use to shape metal. And each time, Elizabeth felt a little more of herself disappear into the role she'd been purchased to play. But the garden was hers. She'd spent every free hour working in it, clearing weeds, trimming hedges, coaxing life back into soil that had been neglected for years. The physical labor was cathartic, a way to channel her anger and helplessness into something productive. And slowly, miraculously, the garden began to respond. Green shoots pushed through dark earth. Rosemary and thyme released their scents into the mountain air. Rose bushes, pruned back ruthlessly, began to show signs of new growth. The transformation caught the attention of the fortress staff. Servants would pause in their duties to watch her work. Guards nodded approvingly as they made their rounds. Even Mistress Hollis complimented her progress. But Isaac said nothing. He watched from his tower window. Elizabeth could feel his attention through the bond, knew when those amber eyes were tracking her movements. But he never came down to the garden after the first time he came to help her. Until one day, the day everything changed. It was late afternoon, the sun beginning its descent toward the mountains, when Elizabeth discovered a section of the garden she hadn't fully explored. Hidden behind an overgrown hedge was a small enclosed space, almost a room made of living walls, and in its center, nearly strangled by ivy, stood a statue. Elizabeth carefully cut away the growth, revealing a figure carved from pale marble. It was a woman, beautiful and serene, holding a bunch of grapes in one hand and a gardening shear in the other. The detail was exquisite, clearly the work of a master sculptor. At the statue's base, nearly hidden by moss, was an inscription. Queen Eleanor Gomeh, beloved wife, mother, and keeper of growing things. May her garden bloom eternal. Elizabeth's breath caught. This was Isaac's mother. This secret garden within the garden had been her special place. "You found it!" Elizabeth spun to find Isaac standing at the entrance to the enclosed space, his massive frame nearly filling the gap in the hedge. He wasn't in royal garments or training gear, just simple clothes, dark trousers, and a loose white shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows. His scars were visible, silver lines catching the fading sunlight. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude," Elizabeth started, but Isaac shook his head. "You're not intruding. This garden is yours now." He moved forward slowly, approaching the statue like one might approach a grave. "My mother spent every evening here. She said this was where she could think without the weight of the crown pressing down on her." It was the most he'd said to her at one time since the binding ceremony. Elizabeth remained still, afraid to speak and break whatever spell had brought him here. Isaac reached out and touched the statue's hand, his fingers gentle on the cold marble. "She died of a fever when I was 14. The healers said it was natural causes, but I always suspected poison. My father had many enemies, and killing a beloved queen would have been a devastating blow." "I'm sorry," Elizabeth said softly. "Don't be. You never knew her." Isaac's hand dropped from the statue. "She would have liked you, I think. She had a gift for seeing potential in broken things." "Is that what I am? A broken thing?" Isaac's eyes met hers, and for once, they weren't cold. They were sad, infinitely, unbearably sad. "We are all broken, Elizabeth. The war broke me, poverty broke you. Circumstance broke this garden. The only question is whether we stay broken or find a way to grow despite the cracks." He moved past her to examine a struggling rosebush. His knowledge of plants surprised her. He diagnosed the problem, root rot from poor drainage, and explained the solution with the confidence of someone who'd spent considerable time learning such things. "You know gardening," Elizabeth observed. "My mother taught me. She said a king who couldn't make things grow couldn't truly rule. He could only destroy." Isaac's mouth twisted in something that might have been a smile if it hadn't been so bitter. She was right about most things, including that. They worked in companionable silence as the sun set, Isaac following Elizabeth's lead, taking direction from her without hesitation or pride. It was surreal, seeing the Alpha King on his knees in the dirt, his hands dark with soil, his scars vivid in the fading light. When full darkness fell and the first stars appeared, they stood together looking at what they'd accomplished. A small section of garden cleared and prepared for new planting. "Thank you," Elizabeth said, "for helping. I should thank you for restoring my mother's garden, for making something beautiful in this fortress of stone and violence." Isaac wiped his hands on his trousers. "You should know. You're not pregnant yet." The blunt statement caught Elizabeth off guard. "How do you know?" "The blood bond. I can sense these things about you now. Your body's rhythms, your health, he gestured vaguely, everything. You're due to bleed in 3 days. The intimacy of that knowledge was staggering. Elizabeth felt heat flood her cheeks. "That's invasive. I know, but it's also useful. When you do conceive, I'll know immediately." Isaac turned to face her fully. "Which means we continue as we have been until then. But Elizabeth, if you need me to be gentler, if the way I've been handling this is too difficult, tell me. I'm trying to make it transactional, to spare us both the complication of emotion. But if that's worse than the alternative, I can adjust." It was the most consideration he'd shown for her feelings since this entire arrangement began. Elizabeth studied his face in the starlight, trying to read the man beneath the Alpha King's mask. "I don't know what would be better," she admitted honestly. "Emotion would make it more bearable in the moment, but harder in the long term. If I let myself feel anything for you beyond necessity, what happens when this is over? When I've given you your heir and our contract ends?" Isaac's expression was unreadable. "A practical question. My father would have approved. He believed emotion was a weakness kings couldn't afford." He paused. "But my mother believed that survival without feeling was just another form of death. That we might as well be ghosts haunting our own lives." "Which do you believe?" "I don't know anymore." Isaac looked up at the stars, his profile sharp against the night sky. "I used to believe my mother was right. Before the war, before these." He gestured to his scars. "Now I'm not certain I'm capable of anything beyond survival. The wolf takes what it needs. I maintain control where I can, and we both endure. That's a lonely way to live." "Yes," Isaac agreed simply. "It is." The moment stretched between them, heavy with things neither could quite say. Through the blood bond, Elizabeth felt his weariness, his isolation, the weight of a crown he'd never wanted, and a war that had carved away everything soft inside him. "The garden helps," she offered. "Having something to care for, something that grows because you tend it, not because you command it." Isaac looked at her then, really looked at her, and something flickered in those amber eyes. Not warmth exactly, but recognition. "Perhaps I could come here sometimes, when you're working, not to interfere, but to help," Elizabeth finished. "Yes, I'd like that." It was a small thing, this tentative offer of shared space and shared purpose, but it felt monumental. A crack in the wall between captor and captive, between monster and victim. Isaac nodded once, then turned to leave. But at the edge of the enclosed garden, he paused. "Elizabeth?" "Yes? I meant what I said during the binding ceremony. I am sorry for all of this. You deserved better than to be purchased like livestock to solve a king's succession problem." "We both deserved better," Elizabeth replied quietly. "But we're here, and we can either make each other miserable, or we can try to find some measure of peace within the cage. I'd prefer the latter, if you're willing." Isaac studied her for a long moment. "I'll try," he said finally. "I can't promise anything beyond that, but I'll try." Then he was gone, his footsteps fading into the darkness, leaving Elizabeth alone with her mother's statue and the memory of amber eyes that had, for just a moment, looked almost human. Chapter 9. The Gradual Shift. Isaac kept his word this time. He began appearing in the garden 2 or 3 times a week, always in the evening after his duties were complete. At first, he said little, simply working alongside Elizabeth in comfortable silence. But gradually, slowly, conversation began to flow between them. They talked about plants and soil composition, about the history of the fortress and the war that had broken him, about books they'd both read, and the differences between the wealthy South and the harsh North. They didn't talk about the contract, or the nightly summons to his chambers, or the fact that Elizabeth still wasn't pregnant despite 6 weeks of trying. But through the blood bond, they were both aware of the growing something between them. Not affection, not yet, but a mutual respect born of shared hardship and unexpected compatibility. Elizabeth learned that Isaac's father had been a cold, brutal man who'd seen his son as a weapon to be sharpened rather than a child to be loved. That the war had taken not just Isaac's body, but most of his friends, his betrothed, and his belief in anything resembling justice or mercy. That he'd returned from battle to find his kingdom in chaos, his people starving, and his nobles plotting against him. "I never wanted to be king," he admitted one evening as they planted new rose bushes in the section they'd cleared. "My older brother was supposed to inherit. He was good at politics, at making people love him. I was just the spare, sent to lead the armies because my life mattered less than his. What happened to him? Killed in the first month of fighting, an arrow through the throat at the Battle of Crimson Fields." Isaac's hands stilled in the dirt. "I was standing next to him when it happened, watched him choke on his own blood. Couldn't do anything but keep fighting because if I'd stopped, we'd have all died." Elizabeth's throat tightened. "I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. Sorry doesn't bring him back. Doesn't make me the king he should have been." Isaac resumed planting with mechanical precision. "So I do what I have to do. Maintain order, ensure succession. Try not to destroy what little is left of my father's kingdom." "Is that why you need an heir so desperately? Because of your brother?" "Partially. Also because the nobles won't stop circling like vultures, waiting for me to die without issue so they can start a civil war over the succession." Isaac's jaw tightened. "They already tried to poison me twice. Failed both times, obviously. But it made the necessity of an heir abundantly clear. If I die without one, the kingdom tears itself apart. Thousands will die in the fighting. Cities will burn. And it will all be because I was too damaged, too monstrous, to convince a noble-born woman to bear the burden of being my queen. So, you bought a peasant instead?" "Yes." Isaac met her eyes. "Because you, at least, were honest about needing to be here. You're not pretending to love me or playing games for power. You have made a bargain to save your family, and you're honoring it with more grace than I had any right to expect," said. It was, in its own twisted way, a compliment. Elizabeth didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she did neither. She just kept working, her hands moving through the soil while her mind worked through the implications of what he'd said. He hadn't wanted to do this either. He'd been forced by circumstance, by duty, by the same cruel necessities that had driven her into his fortress. They were both victims of the world's indifference, trying to survive the only way they knew how. "What if I can't give you a child?" The question escaped before Elizabeth could stop it. "What if we reach the 2-year mark and I'm still not pregnant?" Isaac was quiet for a long moment. "Then you go free with your settlement, and I try again with someone else. Or I don't, and let the nobles fight it out when I'm dead. I find I care less about the kingdom's future with each passing year." "That's not true," Elizabeth said softly. "If you didn't care, you wouldn't have made this bargain at all. You'd have let things fall apart and been done with it." "Perhaps." Isaac stood, brushing dirt from his hands. "Or perhaps I'm just too stubborn to let my father's enemies win by default." He left shortly after, and Elizabeth remained in the garden as the stars emerged, thinking about duty and desperation and the thin line between the two. Chapter 10: The Storm. The shift in their relationship became apparent during a violent autumn storm that struck Blackpine without warning. Elizabeth was in the library, cataloging a new shipment of texts when the thunder started. At first, it was distant, a low rumble in the mountains, but within minutes, it was overhead, shaking the very stones of the fortress. Through the blood bond, she felt Isaac's response immediately. A spike of pure animal panic. Elizabeth dropped the book she'd been holding and ran. She found him in the war room, surrounded by maps and advisors who were trying to brief him on some urgent matter. But Isaac wasn't listening. He stood rigid as a statue, his hands gripping the edge of the table hard enough to make the wood creak, his eyes distant and unseeing. The advisors hadn't noticed yet. They were too focused on their reports, on the border disputes and supply issues that required the king's attention. But Elizabeth saw. Through the bond, she felt what they couldn't. Isaac was back on the battlefield, trapped in memory, reliving whatever horror had carved those scars into his body and soul. "Everyone out," she commanded, her voice carrying more authority than she'd known she possessed. The advisors turned to stare at her, shock evident on their faces. Who was this peasant girl to give them orders? "Now," Elizabeth repeated, moving toward Isaac. "The king needs privacy. You're dismissed." "We have urgent matters," one of the advisors started, but Commander Blackwood, who'd been standing in the corner, stepped forward. "You heard her out, all of you." The advisors filed out reluctantly, shooting dark looks at Elizabeth. But she barely noticed. All her attention was on Isaac, who still hadn't moved, hadn't acknowledged her presence, remained locked in whatever private hell the thunder had triggered. Elizabeth approached him carefully, the way one might approach a wounded animal. "Isaac," she said softly. "Isaac, can you hear me?" No response. His breathing was rapid and shallow, his whole body trembling with the effort of maintaining control. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt his terror, the edges of memory too painful to fully witness, the screams of dying men, the smell of burning flesh, the moment when enemy claws had caught him and torn his body open, leaving him bleeding and broken in the mud while the battle raged around him. Without thinking, acting on instinct alone, Elizabeth reached out and took his hand. The effect was instantaneous. Isaac's eyes snapped to hers, gold bleeding into the amber as his wolf surged forward, recognizing its mate, recognizing safety. His fingers closed around hers with bruising force. "You're not there," Elizabeth said firmly, holding his gaze. "You're here, in Blackpine, in your war room. The storm is just a storm. You're safe." Elizabeth. Her name was a rasp, barely human. "I'm here. I've got you." She moved closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body, to see the sweat beading on his forehead. "Breathe with me. In, out, in, out." Isaac followed her lead, his breathing gradually slowing to match hers. The gold faded from his eyes, leaving only the amber. His grip on her hand loosened from painful to merely tight. "The thunder," he managed. "It sounds like... I know." Elizabeth didn't know, not really, but she could guess. "But it's not cannons, it's not battle, it's just weather, just noise, it can't hurt you." Isaac closed his eyes, his entire body shaking with the effort of pulling himself back to the present. Without planning to, without considering the implications, Elizabeth stepped into him and wrapped her arms around his waist. He was massive, broad enough that she couldn't reach all the way around him, but she held him as best she could, pressing her face against his chest, letting him feel her presence, her solidity, her reality. For a long moment, Isaac remained frozen. Then slowly, his arms came around her, holding her with a gentleness she hadn't known he possessed. He lowered his head until his face was buried in her hair, and she felt him inhale deeply, breathing her in like she was an anchor to reality. They stood like that as the storm raged outside, two people bound by blood and bargain, finding unexpected comfort in each other's arms. When Isaac finally pulled back, his eyes were clear again, haunted but present. "I'm sorry," he said hoarsely. "You shouldn't have to—" "Don't," Elizabeth interrupted. Don't apologize for being human, for having wounds that haven't healed. We all have them. Yours were caused by me. And yours were caused by a war you never wanted to fight. We can trade guilt all day, Isaac, or we can acknowledge that we're both doing the best we can with circumstances neither of us chose. Isaac stared at her, something like wonder creeping into his expression. How are you so wise? You're barely more than a girl. Poverty teaches you wisdom quickly, Elizabeth replied. You learn to see things clearly when you can't afford the luxury of delusion. A ghost of a smile touched Isaac's scarred mouth. My mother would have liked you very much. You've said that before. Because it's true. Isaac straightened, composing himself, becoming the king again. But something had changed. The walls between them had cracked a little wider. Thank you for seeing, for not being afraid of what you saw. I'm terrified of you, Elizabeth admitted honestly. Of your power, your wolf, what you could do to me if you wanted. But I'm not afraid of your pain. Pain I understand. Isaac looked at her for a long moment, then did something unexpected. He lifted his hand and gently touched her face, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheek with a tenderness that made her breath catch. You're extraordinary, he said quietly. And I'm sorry that being extraordinary landed you here, in a bargain with a broken king. Before Elizabeth could respond, he turned and left the war room, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. She stood alone, her heart pounding, her cheek still warm from his touch. Through the blood bond, she felt him retreating to his private chambers. Felt him sitting alone in the dark, fighting to keep the memories at bay. And for the first time since arriving at Black Pine, Elizabeth wanted to go to him. Not because she was summoned, not out of duty or fear, but because leaving him alone felt wrong. She didn't go. Not that night, but something had fundamentally shifted between them, a line crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. The monster had let her see his wounds, and she had chosen not to run. Chapter 11. The Transformation. After the storm, everything changed. Isaac still summoned Elizabeth to his chambers. The physical bonding was necessary for conception, they both knew that. But the encounters were different now. He took more time, showed more care, asked if she was comfortable, if he was hurting her, if she needed him to stop. He never looked away in darkness anymore. He kept the candles lit, his amber eyes meeting hers, letting her see everything. The desire, yes, but also the regret, the loneliness, the desperate need for connection that went far beyond the merely physical. And Elizabeth, to her own surprise, found herself responding. Not just enduring, but participating, her body learning the rhythms of his, finding pleasure in places she hadn't expected. The blood bond amplified everything. When he touched her, she felt his own arousal feeding back through their connection, creating a loop of sensation that was almost overwhelming. You're beautiful like this, Isaac murmured one night, his voice rough with want. They were tangled together in his sheets, his large frame curved protectively around her smaller one. When you let yourself feel it, when you stop holding back. I'm not supposed to feel anything, Elizabeth replied, but her fingers were tracing the scars on his chest, learning the topography of his damage. That was the bargain. Mechanical, transactional. Bargains change. Isaac caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. I'm trying very hard not to feel anything for you, Elizabeth Golf, and failing spectacularly. Her heart stuttered. Isaac, I know what I promised, what we both promised. But I'm finding it increasingly difficult to use you without caring about you, and I think—" He pulled back enough to meet her eyes, his own vulnerable in a way she'd never seen. "I think you're having the same problem." He was right. God help her, he was right. Elizabeth had fought against it for weeks, trying to maintain emotional distance, trying to remember that this was temporary, that she was purchased property with an expiration date. But Isaac made it impossible. The garden conversations, the shared laughter over poetry, the way he looked at her like she was something precious instead of merely useful. It was breaking down every wall she'd tried to erect. "What happens when I give you your heir?" she whispered. "When the contract ends and I'm no longer necessary?" "I don't know." Isaac's thumb traced her lower lip. "But I'd like to find out together if you're willing. No more bargains, no more transactions, just us, figuring out what this is and what it could be." "That's not how royal succession works. You'll need a proper queen. I'll need whatever I decide I need," Isaac interrupted. "And I'm starting to think what I need is you. Not just your womb. Not just your body. You, the woman who restored my mother's garden, who talks back to me when I'm being an ass, who held me through a storm without flinching." Elizabeth's eyes burned with tears she refused to shed. "You can't mean that. I'm a peasant. I have nothing to offer a king." "You offer me peace," Isaac said simply. "For the first time since the war ended, I have moments where I'm not just surviving, where I remember what it felt like to be human. That's worth more than all the noble alliances in the 5 kingdoms." He kissed her then, not with the controlled precision he'd shown before, but with genuine passion, genuine need. And Elizabeth kissed him back, pouring into it all the confused, complicated feelings she'd been trying so hard to deny. When they made love that night, it wasn't a transaction. It was a transformation. And Elizabeth knew, with absolute certainty, that she was falling in love with the monster who'd bought her. Chapter 12. The Garden in Winter. The first snow came early that year, dusting the Black Pine Mountains in white that glittered like diamonds under the morning sun. Elizabeth woke to find Isaac already dressed, standing at his chamber window and watching the snowfall with an expression of such deep melancholy it hurt to witness. "What is it?" she asked, joining him at the window wrapped in his sheet. "Winter," Isaac said quietly. "The season when everything dies, when we're reminded that all growth is temporary, all beauty fleeting." "The garden will survive," Elizabeth assured him. "Plants know how to sleep through the cold. They'll come back in spring." "Will they?" Isaac turned to face her. "Or will the winter be too harsh? Will the frost dig too deep and kill the roots we worked so hard to establish?" He wasn't talking about plants anymore, Elizabeth realized. He was talking about them. "Isaac, you're still not pregnant," he said bluntly. 3 months we've been trying. 3 months of—" He gestured between them. "This. And nothing. At this rate, we'll reach the 2-year mark without success, and you'll leave, and I'll be back where I started." "Is that what you're worried about, that I'll leave?" "Yes." The admission was raw, unguarded. "I know I have no right to keep you. The contract is clear, but the thought of you walking away, of going back to your village and your life while I remain here alone—" He broke off, his jaw clenched. Elizabeth set the sheet aside and moved to him, taking his face in her hands and forcing him to meet her eyes. "Listen to me. Even if the contract ends, even if I'm released, I'm not abandoning you. Not now. Not after everything. You don't know that. When you're free, when you remember what I took from you, you didn't take anything I didn't give, Elizabeth interrupted firmly. I made a choice. Maybe it was a desperate choice. Maybe it was the only choice, but it was still mine. And I'm making another choice now. To stay. Not because I'm bound by blood or contract, but because I want to. Isaac searched her face, looking for deception, for pity, for anything but the simple truth she was offering. You can't possibly want this life. Want me. Why not? Because you're scarred? See. Because you have bad days when the wolf is too close to the surface? Because you wake up screaming from nightmares about the war? Elizabeth shook her head. We're all damaged, Isaac. The question isn't whether we have wounds. It's whether we're willing to help each other heal them. I don't know how to heal, Isaac admitted, his voice barely a whisper. I only know how to survive. Then let me teach you. Elizabeth rose on her toes and kissed him gently. The same way you're teaching me that not all cages are prisons. That sometimes the bars are there to keep the monsters out, not to keep us in. Isaac's arms came around her, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. But she didn't ask him to loosen his grip. She understood what this was. A man who'd been alone for far too long, finally allowing himself to hold on to something good. I love you, he said into her hair. God help me, I love you, and I have no idea what to do with that. Elizabeth's heart soared even as her eyes filled with tears. You could start by saying it again. I've never heard those words before. Isaac pulled back enough to meet her eyes, his own bright with emotions he no longer tried to hide. I love you, Elizabeth Golf. I love your strength and your stubbornness and the way you make beauty from barren ground. I love that you see me, truly see me, and haven't run screaming yet. I love you in a way that terrifies me because I know I don't deserve you, but I'm too selfish to let you go. You do deserve me, Elizabeth said fiercely. And I love you too, even though I shouldn't, even though it complicates everything, even though I have no idea how a peasant and a king are supposed to make this work. I love you. They kissed again. And this time it was celebration and promise and hope all tangled together. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the garden in white. But Elizabeth knew that beneath that blanket, the roots they'd planted were strong. They would survive the winter. And so would they. Chapter 13. The Visitor. The letter arrived during the first week of true winter, brought by a rider who'd nearly killed his horse getting through the mountain passes before they closed entirely. It was addressed to Elizabeth in handwriting she recognized immediately, her father's. Her hands shook as she broke the seal. Dearest Elizabeth, I write this not knowing if it will ever reach you. But I must try. The money came. Just as promised. More than enough to pay our debts and see me through my final days. Yes, final. The healer says I have perhaps a month left. The fever has reached my lungs, and there's no coming back from that. I'm not writing to make you sad or to beg you to come home, though God knows I'd love to see your face one more time. I'm writing to tell you that you don't need to carry guilt for the choice you made. You saved me, Lizzie. Gave me comfortable final days instead of dying in a debtor's prison. That's a gift I can never repay. I'm also writing to tell you that you have permission to be happy wherever you are. Your mother and I, we made our choices and lived our lives. Now you get to make yours and live your own. Don't let our circumstances or the circumstances that brought you to wherever you are now trap you in misery. Find joy where you can. Love if you're able. Live fully, whatever that means for you. All my love, always. Papa Elizabeth read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down her face, before she finally folded it carefully and held it against her chest. A month. He had a month, and she was here, trapped in Black Pine by mountains that were already impassable with snow. She would never see him again. Isaac found her in the library an hour later, curled into a window seat with the letter clutched in her hands. He didn't ask what was wrong. The blood bond told him everything he needed to know. He simply sat beside her and pulled her into his arms, letting her cry against his chest while he stroked her hair and murmured wordless comfort. "I can't go to him," Elizabeth sobbed. "The passes are closed. I can't even say goodbye." "I know," Isaac said quietly. "I'm sorry. If there were any way in... See, there isn't. I know there isn't." Elizabeth pulled back, wiping her eyes. "He says I don't need to feel guilty, that I saved him, that I should be happy. But how can I be happy when he's dying alone?" "He's not alone," Isaac reminded her gently. "The money we sent included funds for care. Your father has nurses, medicine, comfort. He's not suffering the way he would have without your sacrifice." "My sacrifice?" Elizabeth laughed bitterly. "Is that what this is?" "Yes." Isaac took her face in his hands, his amber eyes serious. "You sacrificed your freedom, your innocence, your right to choose your own path, all to save your father. That's not nothing, Elizabeth. That's everything. And he knows it. That's why he's giving you permission to move forward, to not let the weight of what you gave up destroy what you've built." "What have I built? A complicated relationship with the man who bought me?" "A life," Isaac corrected. "A purpose. A garden that thrives because you tend it. And, if you'll allow it, a future that doesn't have to be defined by the circumstances that brought us together." Elizabeth looked at him, really looked at him, at the scars that no longer seemed monstrous but merely part of who he was, at the amber eyes that watched her with such tenderness it made her chest ache, at the hands that could crush stone but touched her like she was made of glass. "He said I have permission to love if I'm able," she whispered. "I think I'm able. I think I already do." Isaac's expression cracked, genuine emotion flooding through. "Then love me," he said roughly. "Love me despite everything, despite the bargain and the bond and the fact that I purchased you like property. Love me and let me love you back, and we'll figure out the rest as we go." "What about the heir, the succession?" "If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'll deal with the consequences." Isaac pulled her close again. "I'm not willing to lose you for the sake of royal protocol. The nobles can fight it out when I'm dead. I'm choosing you over the kingdom, Elizabeth. Over duty and expectation, and everything I was raised to believe mattered." It was a monumental declaration, the kind of choice that could reshape kingdoms. And Elizabeth, holding her father's letter and sitting in the arms of the man she loved, understood the weight of it. "Then I choose you too," she said, "whatever that means. Whatever consequences it brings, I choose you." They held each other as the winter wind howled outside, two people who'd found love in the last place either had expected to look. And somewhere in the south, in a comfortable cottage paid for by the Alpha King's gold, John Golf read his daughter's response letter and smiled, knowing that she would be all right, that she had found, in the midst of a desperate bargain, something worth far more than survival. She had found love. Chapter 14. The Spring Revelation. Elizabeth's father passed quietly in his sleep 3 weeks after sending his letter. The news reached Blackpine just as the first spring thaw began to open the mountain passes. Elizabeth grieved, but it was a gentle grief, softened by the knowledge that he died comfortable, surrounded by care, as free of the debts that had once consumed him. Isaac held her through it, his presence a steady anchor. He arranged a memorial service in the fortress chapel, attended by servants and soldiers who'd never met John Golf but honored him anyway out of respect for Elizabeth. It was more than a peasant's death usually warranted, and Elizabeth knew it was Isaac's way of saying that her father mattered, that her pain mattered, that she mattered. Spring came slowly to the mountains, but when it arrived, it was glorious. The garden exploded into life, everything they'd planted through autumn and winter bursting forth in riots of color and scent. Roses climbed the old stone walls, herbs flourished in their neat beds, and in the secret garden where Eleanor Gomeh's statue stood, new flowers bloomed that neither Elizabeth nor Isaac had planted, volunteer growth from seeds long dormant, awakening after years of neglect. Life finds a way, Isaac observed one evening as they walked through the transformation. Even when we think everything is dead and gone, something survives to bloom again. It's beautiful, Elizabeth agreed. Then she stopped walking, her hand going to her stomach. Isaac was beside her instantly, his wolf surging forward in protective concern. "What? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," Elizabeth said slowly. "Something's different. I feel different." Through the blood bond, Isaac went very still. Then his eyes widened as he sensed what she was just beginning to realize. "You're pregnant," he breathed. "Elizabeth, you're pregnant." The words hung in the spring air, momentous and terrifying and wonderful all at once. "Are you sure?" Elizabeth's hand pressed against her still flat stomach. "How can you tell?" "The bond, your scent, the way your body feels different through our connection." Isaac dropped to his knees before her, his hands covering hers over her stomach. "There's life here, our child, growing." Elizabeth looked down at him, the Alpha King, the most feared man in the 5 kingdoms, kneeling in the dirt of a garden with tears streaming down his scarred face. And she felt her own tears start, mingling joy and fear in equal measure. "This changes everything," she whispered. "Yes," Isaac agreed. "This changes everything." The pregnancy was confirmed by the fortress healers the next day. Elizabeth was approximately 8 weeks along, they estimated, which meant conception had occurred sometime in midwinter, during one of those nights when love had replaced transaction, when they'd stopped trying and simply been together. The news spread through Blackpine like wildfire. The Alpha King's heir. The succession secured. The kingdom's future guaranteed. Celebrations erupted in the fortress and the surrounding territories. Nobles who'd been circling like vultures suddenly became sycophantic allies. Commander Blackwood actually smiled, an event Elizabeth thought might signal the end times. But in the privacy of Isaac's chambers, as Elizabeth stood before a mirror and tried to see the changes in her body that weren't yet visible, she felt something that wasn't quite happiness. "What's wrong?" Isaac asked, coming up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. "The contract," Elizabeth said quietly. "I've fulfilled it. I'm carrying your heir, which means once the child is born and healthy, I'm free to go." Isaac's arms tightened. "You don't want to go. We've talked about this." "I know, but it's one thing to say I'll stay and another to actually face the reality of it. Isaac, I'm a peasant who's pregnant with the future ruler of the Northern Realm. What does that make me? Your mistress? Your broodmare who stuck around? I have no title, no rights, no— Then I'll give you rights, Isaac interrupted. Title, position, whatever you need. It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. Isaac turned her to face him, his expression fierce. I am the Alpha King. What I say becomes law, and I say that you're not just some woman I hired to bear my child. You're the woman I love, Saiteb, the woman who saved me from drowning in darkness, and I want you to be my queen. Elizabeth's breath caught. What? Marry me, Isaac said, and he wasn't asking, he was declaring. Not because of the child, not because of duty or expectation, but because I cannot imagine my life without you in it. Because you've restored more than just my mother's garden. You've restored me, and I want to spend whatever years I have left making you as happy as you've made me. Isaac, the nobles will never accept it. A peasant queen. Then they can choke on their objections. Isaac's eyes blazed gold for just a moment, his wolf rising to emphasize his point. I've spent my entire life doing what was expected, following protocol, sacrificing my own wants for the kingdom's needs. And where did it get me? Alone, broken, half dead inside. You brought me back to life, Elizabeth. I'm not giving that up for anyone's approval. But no buts, just yes or no. Will you marry me? Will you be my queen, my mate, my partner in all things? Will you take this broken king and help him rebuild a kingdom where love matters more than bloodlines? Elizabeth looked at him, at the hope and fear and desperate longing in his amber eyes, at the scars that told stories of survival, at the hands that had learned to tend gardens instead of just wielding weapons. And she thought about the girl she'd been 6 months ago, starving and desperate, selling herself to save her father. That girl was gone. In her place stood a woman who'd found strength in unexpected places, who'd learned that monsters could love and cages could become homes, who'd discovered that the best things in life often came from the worst circumstances. Elizabeth said, and watched joy transform Isaac's face. Yes, I'll marry you. I'll be your queen. I'll rebuild the kingdom with you. I'll love you for whatever time we have. Isaac kissed her then, deep and desperate and full of promise. And through the blood bond, Elizabeth felt his wolf howl in triumph, felt his whole being settle in a way it never had before, felt the rightness of this choice resonating through every part of him. They were married 3 weeks later in the fortress chapel, with Commander Blackwood standing as witness and every servant and soldier in Blackpine in attendance. The ceremony was simple but meaningful. Vows exchanged in the old way, binding them not just by law but by choice. And when Isaac placed a crown on Elizabeth's head, a delicate thing of silver and moonstone that had belonged to his mother, she felt the weight of it, yes, but also the rightness. She wasn't just a peasant playing at royalty. She was Queen Elizabeth Gomeh, mate to the Alpha King, mother to the future heir, and keeper of the gardens that had brought them together. The nobles grumbled, of course, sent strongly worded letters of objection, whispered about inappropriate matches and degraded bloodlines. But Isaac's response was simple. Any noble who didn't accept his choice of queen was welcome to leave court. Permanently. Most chose to stay and adapt. A few didn't. Isaac didn't mourn their departures. Chapter 15, The Birth. The child came early, arriving with the first snowfall of the following winter. The labor was long and difficult. Elizabeth was small, the baby large, inheriting Isaac's size if not yet his strength. For 16 hours, she labored while Isaac paced outside the birthing room like a caged animal. his wolf so close to the surface that his eyes remained gold the entire time. Through the blood bond, he felt every contraction, every spike of pain, every moment of exhaustion. It was agony being separated from her, but the midwives had been firm. The Alpha King's presence would only complicate matters, make Elizabeth self-conscious, interfere with the natural process. So he paced and worried and sent silent encouragement through the bond, feeling utterly helpless in a way that no battlefield had ever made him feel. Commander Blackwood found him in the corridor as dawn broke, still pacing, his hair disheveled from running his hands through it. "Your Majesty," she said quietly, "you should rest. It could be hours yet." "I can feel her," Isaac said roughly. "Every moment of pain, every time she thinks she can't continue. How am I supposed to rest through that?" "The same way millions of men have rested while their wives gave birth," Blackwood replied pragmatically. "By trusting that women are stronger than we give them credit for, and that this particular woman is extraordinary, even by those standards." Isaac barked a laugh that was half sob. "She is extraordinary, and if anything happens to her—" "Nothing will happen to her," Mistress Hollis interrupted, emerging from the birthing room with blood on her apron but a smile on her face. "Your Majesty, you have a son, a large, healthy, absolutely furious son who's already making his displeasure known to the entire fortress." As if to punctuate her words, a baby's cry rang out, strong and indignant and achingly beautiful. Isaac's knees nearly buckled. And Elizabeth? Exhausted, torn, but and already demanding to hold her son. Mistress Hollis's expression softened. "She's asking for you." Isaac was through the door before she'd finished speaking. The birthing room was warm, lit by dozens of candles, smelling of blood and herbs and new life. And there, propped up against pillows with her hair plastered to her forehead and her face pale with exhaustion, was Elizabeth. In her arms, wrapped in soft blankets, was a tiny, perfect miracle. Their son. Isaac crossed to the bed on trembling legs and sank down beside them. Up close, he could see the baby properly. A shock of dark hair, a scrunched red face, tiny fists waving in outrage at being expelled from his comfortable womb. And when the baby's eyes opened for just a moment, they were amber. Pure, unmistakable amber. "He has your eyes," Elizabeth whispered, her voice hoarse from screaming. "And your temper, I think." Isaac reached out with one large scarred hand and gently touched his son's cheek. The baby immediately turned toward the touch, seeking, instinctively recognizing his father. "He's perfect," Isaac breathed. "You're both perfect." "We discussed names," Elizabeth said. "But now that he's here, I want to ask you something. What was your brother's name? The one who died in the war?" Isaac's throat tightened. "Marcus, his name was Marcus." "Then that's what we'll call him." Elizabeth adjusted the baby in her arms so Isaac could see him better. "Marcus Isaac Gomeh, heir to the Northern Realm. Our son." Isaac looked at her, at this woman who'd come to him as a desperate bargain and become everything he'd never known he needed. Who'd survived pregnancy and a difficult birth and was now giving their son the name of his lost brother, honoring the past while building the future. "I love you," he said, because there were no other words adequate for what he felt. "More than life, more than the kingdom, more than anything." "I know," Elizabeth said, smiling despite her exhaustion. "I can feel it. Every moment, through the bond, and I love you just as much." Isaac leaned forward and kissed her forehead, then the baby's. sealing them as a family. Not through contract or transaction or desperate necessity, but through choice and love and the kind of devotion that transformed broken people into something whole. 3 years later, the garden was Elizabeth's masterpiece now, renowned throughout the 5 kingdoms. Nobles traveled for weeks just to walk through its paths and marvel at the variety of plants, the careful design, the way wild growth and cultivated beauty existed in perfect harmony. But Elizabeth's favorite part was still the secret garden, where Eleanor Gomeh's statue stood surrounded by roses. This was where she came when she needed to think, when the duties of being queen became overwhelming, when she needed to remember where she'd started and how far she'd come. It was here that Isaac found her one spring afternoon, their son Marcus toddling beside him on unsteady legs. At 3 years old, Marcus was already showing signs of his father's size and strength, but he had his mother's auburn hair and her gentle spirit. He was the perfect blend of both of them, fierce when necessary, tender when possible. "Mama!" Marcus cried in delight, launching himself toward Elizabeth with the reckless confidence of toddlers everywhere. Elizabeth caught him and swung him up into her arms, covering his face with kisses while he giggled. "Hello, my darling. Have you been good for Papa?" "He's been impossible," Isaac said, but his eyes were warm with affection. Refused his nap, demanded 3 stories, and convinced the cook to give him honey cakes before dinner. "So a normal day then," Elizabeth replied, settling Marcus on her hip. Isaac moved to stand beside them, his arms sliding around Elizabeth's waist in a gesture that had become second nature. Together, they looked at the garden, at the life they'd built from desperate beginnings. "Do you ever regret it?" Isaac asked quietly. "The bargain that brought you here?" Elizabeth considered the question seriously. "I regret the circumstances, that my father was dying, that we were starving, that I had to sell myself to survive. But regret coming here? Regret meeting you? Regret Marcus?" She shook her head. "Never. The path was dark and difficult, but it led me somewhere I never expected to be. Home." "Home," Isaac repeated, testing the word. "Yes, that's what this is now, what you made it. Not just a fortress, but a home." Marcus squirmed in Elizabeth's arms, demanding to be put down. She set him on his feet and watched as he toddled over to a patch of flowers, immediately beginning to pick them with the focused determination only toddlers possessed. "Gentle," Elizabeth called out. "Like I showed you, leave the roots so they can grow back." Marcus looked back at her, his amber eyes serious, and nodded. Then he returned to his picking, this time more carefully. "He'll be a good king," Isaac observed. "Better than I was at his age, better than my father ever was, because he's growing up with love instead of just duty." "He'll be a good king because he has a good father," Elizabeth corrected. "One who learned that strength and gentleness aren't opposites, that showing emotion isn't weakness, that the best leaders are the ones who know what it means to be broken and choose to heal anyway." Isaac pulled her closer, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Thank you," he murmured, "for seeing past the monster, for staying when you could have left, for loving me when I didn't deserve it." "You always deserved it," Elizabeth replied firmly. "You just needed someone to show you how." Marcus returned with a fistful of somewhat mangled flowers, presenting them to his mother with a gap-toothed grin. "For you, Mama." Elizabeth accepted them as if they were the crown jewels, her eyes shining. "They're beautiful, my love. Shall we put them in water?" "And then the story?" Marcus asked hopefully. The one about the wolf and the girl? Isaac and Elizabeth exchanged glances, both thinking of their own story, the Alpha King and the desperate bargain, the transaction that became transformation, the cage that became a garden. Yes, Elizabeth agreed. We'll tell you about the wolf and the girl, how she was brave enough to see past his scars, and he was strong enough to let her. How they built something beautiful from something broken, and how they lived. Happily ever after, Marcus finished triumphantly, having heard this version before. Not quite, Isaac corrected gently, swinging his son up onto his shoulders. They lived, truly lived, with joy and sorrow, victories and defeats, good days and hard ones. But they faced it all together, and that made all the difference. That's better than happily ever after, Marcus declared with the certainty of a child who knew he was loved. Much better, Elizabeth agreed, taking Isaac's hand as they walked back toward the fortress, their home, their kingdom, their future. Behind them the garden bloomed in wild abundance, a testament to what could grow when two broken people chose to heal together. The statue of Eleanor Gomeh stood silent watch, her stone face forever serene, as if she'd known all along that this was how the story would end. Not with a bargain, but with a choice. Not with a transaction, but with devotion. Not with an ending, but with a beginning that would echo through generations. The Alpha King had bargained for an heir, but he'd found something infinitely more valuable. Love, freely given, that transformed everything it touched. And in the end, that was the only bargain that truly mattered. Chapter 16. The Second Child. 5 years after Marcus's birth, Elizabeth discovered she was pregnant again. She'd been working in the garden, now expanded to include 3 additional sections, each dedicated to different plant species, when the familiar wave of nausea hit. She dropped her trowel and ran for the nearest privy, retching until her stomach was empty and her legs were shaking. Isaac found her there, pale and trembling, and immediately knew. Through the blood bond, he'd felt her distress, dropped everything in the middle of a council meeting, and run to her. "Another one?" he asked, kneeling beside her and pushing sweat-dampened hair from her face. Elizabeth nodded weakly. "It feels the same as with Marcus. The nausea, the exhaustion, that strange metallic taste in my mouth." A slow smile spread across Isaac's face, a real, genuine smile that still had the power to transform him completely. "A sibling for Marcus. God, Elizabeth, we're going to have another child." "Don't get too excited yet," Elizabeth warned, though she was smiling too. "It's early, anything could happen." But Isaac was already helping her to her feet, already planning. "You need to rest. No more heavy garden work until after the birth. And you'll see the healers daily. I'm not taking any chances. Isaac, I survived Marcus's birth. I'll survive this one too." "You almost died with Marcus," Isaac said flatly, his expression darkening at the memory. 16 hours of labor, and you lost so much blood the healers weren't sure you'd make it. I felt every moment of it through the bond, Elizabeth. Every contraction, every spike of pain. I'm not going through that again without ensuring every possible precaution." Elizabeth softened, understanding his fear for what it was. Love expressed through control, the only way Isaac sometimes knew how to show he cared. "All right. Daily healers, less heavy work, but I'm not stopping entirely. The garden is my sanity." "Light work only," Isaac compromised. "And if you feel even slightly off, you stop immediately. Agreed?" "Agreed." He pulled her close, his large hands spanning her still flat stomach protectively. Through the blood bond, Elizabeth felt his joy mixed with terror. The desperate hope that this pregnancy would be easier, that this child would arrive safely, that he wouldn't lose her in the process of gaining another heir. "What if it's a girl?" Elizabeth asked suddenly. Isaac pulled back to look at her. "What? What if this one is a girl? Marcus is your heir, so there's no pressure for another son. But what if we have a daughter?" Something soft and wondering crossed Isaac's face. "A daughter. God, I hadn't even considered. A little girl who looks like you, with your auburn hair and your stubborn streak and your way of seeing beauty in broken things. Or a little girl who looks like your mother," Elizabeth suggested. "You showed me the portrait in the Great Hall. She was beautiful." "She was," Isaac agreed quietly. "And if we have a daughter who inherits even a fraction of her grandmother's spirit, the kingdom won't know what hit it." He kissed Elizabeth's forehead. "Boy or girl, it doesn't matter. As long as you both survive, I don't care." "We'll survive," Elizabeth assured him. "We're both too stubborn not to." The pregnancy was different from Marcus's from the start. Elizabeth was sicker, exhausted in a way she hadn't been the first time, and the healers confirmed what she'd already suspected. Twins. "Twins," Isaac had repeated when they'd told them, his face going pale. "Are you certain?" "2 heartbeats, Your Majesty," the head healer confirmed. "Strong and steady, but it does mean increased risk." "No," Isaac interrupted, his voice harder than Elizabeth had heard in years. "No risks. Whatever needs to be done to ensure Elizabeth and the baby survive, you do it. Cost is irrelevant. Precedent is irrelevant. Their survival is all that matters." "Isaac," Elizabeth said gently, taking his hand. "Breathe. The healer said they're strong. This is good news." "It's terrifying news," Isaac corrected. 3 lives I could lose instead of 2. 3 people I love completely at the mercy of biology and chance and—" He broke off, closing his eyes. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt his fear like ice water. She squeezed his hand tighter. "Look at me." He did. We survived the binding ceremony. We survived learning to love each other. We survived Marcus's birth and 5 years of ruling together and every challenge that's come our way. We'll survive this too. Together. Like we survive everything. Isaac took a shuddering breath, then nodded. "Together." "Together," Elizabeth confirmed. The twins, a boy and a girl, arrived on a spring morning 8 months later. The labor was shorter than with Marcus, only 6 hours from first contraction to final delivery, but it was more intense. Elizabeth barely had time to process one wave of pain before the next crashed over her. Isaac stayed with her this time. He'd insisted, overriding every protest from the midwives about tradition and propriety. He held her hand, wiped her forehead, breathed with her through each contraction, and let her squeeze his fingers until they bruised. "I can feel you," Elizabeth gasped between contractions. "Through the bond, you're terrified." "Of course I'm terrified," Isaac replied, his voice steady despite the fear bleeding through their connection. "I'm watching you suffer, and there's nothing I can do to stop it." "You can stay," Elizabeth said. "Just stay with me, that's enough." So he stayed, and when their daughter was born first, small and furious, wailing her displeasure at the world, Isaac cut the cord with shaking hands and placed her on Elizabeth's chest while the midwives prepared for the second birth. "She's perfect," Elizabeth whispered, marveling at the tiny wrinkled face. "She has your eyes already." Isaac looked at his daughter, barely minutes old, amber eyes squinting in the candlelight, and something in his expression cracked open completely. "Eleanor," he said hoarsely. "Her name is Eleanor, after my mother." "Eleanor," Elizabeth repeated, liking the sound of it. "Eleanor Gomeh." Their son arrived 10 minutes later, larger than his sister but quieter, more contemplative. He didn't cry immediately, just looked around with serious amber eyes as if assessing this new world he'd entered. "And this one?" Elizabeth asked, exhausted but elated. Isaac took his son carefully, cradling the small body against his chest. "Lucas," he said, looking at Elizabeth, "after your brother. Your family should be honored too." Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears. Her brother Lucas had died 3 years ago in a farming accident, and she still missed him terribly. Lucas Isaac Gomeh. He would have loved that. Marcus, summoned to meet his new siblings, took one look at the babies and declared himself the best big brother ever. At 5 years old, he was already showing signs of his father's size and his mother's temperament, a formidable combination that promised an interesting future. "Can I hold them?" Marcus asked, practically vibrating with excitement. "Gently," Elizabeth cautioned, positioning Eleanor carefully in her eldest son's arms. "Support her head." Marcus looked down at his baby sister with an expression of such fierce protectiveness that Isaac had to look away, blinking rapidly. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt his emotion. Overwhelming love, gratitude that they'd all survived, and a bone-deep contentment he'd never expected to feel. "We have 3 children," Isaac said wonderingly that night. After the babies had been settled in the nursery and Marcus had finally been convinced to go to bed. 3 perfect, healthy children, a family. "We do," Elizabeth agreed, settling into his arms in their bed. The same bed where they'd first come together in cold transaction, now transformed into a sanctuary of genuine love and partnership. "How did this happen?" Isaac asked, half joking, half serious. "How did I go from buying a woman to bear my heir to having a wife I love more than breathing, and 3 children who make me understand what my mother meant about growing things being more important than destroying them?" "You chose to heal," Elizabeth said simply. "You could have stayed cold and distant and used me without ever seeing me. But you chose to let me in, to work in the garden, to remember who you were before the war broke you. And I chose to stay, to look past the monster everyone feared and see the man underneath. We both chose this, Isaac. Every day we keep choosing it." Isaac pulled her closer, his hand resting over her still tender stomach where their twins had grown. "I choose you," he murmured, "today and every day. For whatever time we have, I choose you." "And I choose you," Elizabeth replied, sealing the promise with a kiss. Outside their window, the garden bloomed in moonlight. No longer wild or neglected, but carefully tended, deliberately beautiful. A living testament to what could grow when 2 broken people chose to heal together. Chapter 17. The Assassination Attempt. The attack came during Eleanor and Lucas's 2nd birthday celebration. The great hall was filled with nobles, common folk, and children running between tables laden with food. Marcus, now 7, was showing off his archery skills in the courtyard. The twins were being passed between doting servants and guests, both enjoying the attention in their different ways. Eleanor imperious and demanding, Lucas quiet and observant. Elizabeth was laughing at something Commander Blackwood had said when she felt it through the bond. Isaac's sudden spike of alarm. She spun toward him just as he lunged forward, shoving her aside. A crossbow bolt buried itself in the wall where her head had been seconds before. Chaos erupted. Guards converged on the location the bolt had come from. a high gallery overlooking the hall. Nobles screamed and scattered, and Isaac was already moving, his wolf surging forward, eyes blazing gold as he tracked the scent of the assassin. "Get the children to safety!" Elizabeth shouted at Mistress Hollis, who immediately began shepherding the twins and Marcus toward the interior chambers. "Your Majesty, you need to come with me," Commander Blackwood insisted, trying to pull Elizabeth away. "Not without Isaac," Elizabeth said firmly, her eyes locked on her husband as he disappeared into the crowd, hunting. Through the bond, she felt him, rage and protective fury so intense it made her gasp. The wolf was fully in control now, every instinct focused on eliminating the threat to his mate and cubs. She heard shouting from the gallery, then a scream cut short. When Isaac emerged minutes later, there was blood on his hands and his eyes were still gold, still feral. "He's dead," Isaac reported, his voice more growl than words. "Hired assassin. Poison on the bolt, if it had hit you." He couldn't finish the sentence. Elizabeth moved to him, uncaring of the blood or the watching crowd or the wolf barely restrained beneath his skin. She took his face in her hands and forced him to look at her. "But it didn't hit me. You saved me. We're safe." "This time," Isaac rasped. "What about next time? What about when I'm not close enough to sense the danger? Elizabeth, you could have died. Our children could have been orphaned. I could have lost everything that matters in a single moment." "But you didn't," Elizabeth insisted. "Isaac, breathe. Come back to me. The danger's past." Slowly, painfully, Isaac's eyes faded from gold back to amber. His breathing evened out. The wolf retreated, though Elizabeth could feel it pacing at the edges of his control, still agitated, still protective. "Who hired him?" Elizabeth asked. "We'll find out," Commander Blackwood promised darkly. "I'll tear this fortress apart if I have to, but we'll find whoever paid for this." The investigation took 3 days and revealed a plot that sent shockwaves through the kingdom. Lord Brennan, a powerful noble from the Southern Territories, had orchestrated the assassination attempt. Not to kill Isaac, but to kill Elizabeth and the children, leaving Isaac alone and vulnerable to a political marriage with Brennan's daughter. "He thought that without you and the children, I'd be desperate enough for stability that I'd agree to a noble alliance," Isaac explained to Elizabeth in the privacy of their chambers after Brennan had been arrested. "He thought I'd go back to being the cold, isolated king who could be manipulated through duty and expectation." "He was wrong," Elizabeth said. "Spectacularly wrong." Isaac's expression was grim. "Brennan will be executed. His family's lands and titles will be forfeit. And I'm sending a message to every noble in the 5 kingdoms. My wife and children are not negotiable. Anyone who threatens them threatens me, and I will respond with the full force of my power and my wolf." "That's going to make some people nervous," Elizabeth observed. "Good. Let them be nervous. Let them understand that I'm not the king my father was, weighing every relationship in terms of political advantage. I'm a king who loves his wife, who adores his children, and who will burn the kingdom to ashes before allowing harm to come to them." Isaac took her hands. "I've spent years trying to be reasonable, trying to balance duty and personal desire, but this attempt on your life has clarified things wonderfully. I'm done compromising, done pretending that anything matters more than keeping you safe." Elizabeth studied his face, the determination, the barely controlled rage, the fierce protectiveness that had nothing to do with duty and everything to do with love. "You're scaring me a little," she admitted. "I'm scaring myself," Isaac confessed. "When I saw that bolt heading for you, when I realized how close I came to losing you. Elizabeth, I felt the wolf trying to take complete control, to transform right there in the Great Hall and slaughter everyone who might pose a threat. I held it back, but barely, and I'm not sure I could do it again. Then don't, Elizabeth said simply. Isaac blinked. What? Don't hold it back. Not completely. You've spent years suppressing the wolf, trying to be civilized and controlled and kingly. But the wolf is part of you, Isaac. And maybe it's time to let people remember that our king isn't just a man. He's an alpha, with all the power and danger that implies. Let them fear you a little. Let them understand that threatening this family has consequences they can't imagine. Isaac stared at her. You're asking me to be more of a monster, not less. I'm asking you to be whole, Elizabeth corrected. Man and wolf, king and protector. You don't have to choose between them anymore. Our children need to see that strength and love aren't opposites, that you can be fierce and gentle, that being powerful doesn't mean being cruel. And if I lose control? If the wolf takes over and I hurt someone who doesn't deserve it? You won't, Elizabeth said with complete certainty, because I'll be here to pull you back. That's what the bond is for, Isaac, not just to connect us, but to balance us. Your wolf knows I'm safe, knows the children are safe. It won't hurt the innocent. It'll only destroy threats. Isaac pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. You have entirely too much faith in me. I have exactly the right amount of faith in you, Elizabeth replied. And Isaac, thank you for saving my life. Always, he murmured. For as long as I live, I'll protect you. That's not a duty. That's not the bargain. That's just love. Chapter 18. Marcus's Coming of Age. Marcus turned 16 during the coldest winter Black Pine had seen in decades. He was already nearly as tall as his father, broad-shouldered and strong, with Isaac's amber eyes and Elizabeth's auburn hair. He was serious-minded, thoughtful, and showed a natural aptitude for leadership that made even the skeptical nobles nod approvingly. But he was also struggling with something neither parent had anticipated. The emergence of his wolf. The transformation usually happened around puberty for werewolves. But Marcus's was coming in strong and unpredictable. He'd shift accidentally when angry or frightened, his control slipping at the worst possible moments. It was normal, Isaac assured him, but Marcus was frustrated and embarrassed by his lack of control. I'm supposed to be the heir, Marcus complained one evening in the garden, now his favorite place to escape the pressures of court. How can I rule if I can't even control my own body? Elizabeth, who'd been pruning rose bushes, set down her shears. Your father struggled with the same thing. Really? Marcus looked skeptical. Father's always so controlled. But when he was your age? Elizabeth smiled at the memory. Isaac had told her stories during their quiet nights together. He once accidentally shifted during a formal dinner because a visiting noble insulted your grandmother's garden, destroyed an entire table of food and terrified half the court. Marcus's eyes widened. Father did that? He did, and your grandmother, instead of being angry, took him out to the garden and taught him to channel his wolf's energy into something productive. That's when he learned to really garden, using his hands, connecting with growing things, finding an outlet for the wolf that wasn't destructive. Is that why you and Father always work in the garden together? Partially, Elizabeth admitted. The garden saved us both, in different ways. It gave your father a way to remember who he was before the war. And it gave me a purpose beyond just bearing children. We found each other among the flowers, Marcus. Found a way to be more than just king and contracted mate. Marcus was quiet for a moment, processing. Do you ever regret it? The bargain that brought you here? Elizabeth considered the question seriously. I regret the circumstances. I wish your grandfather hadn't been sick, wish we hadn't been so desperate. But regret coming here? Regret your father? Regret you and your siblings? She shook her head firmly. Never. The path was hard, but it led me somewhere I was meant to be. Mother, Marcus said hesitantly, can I ask you something? Anything. When you and Father, when the bond was first formed, was it really just a transaction? Or did you feel something more even then? Elizabeth smiled softly, remembering that night in the tower, the moon overhead. Isaac's amber eyes full of apology and shame. I felt terror mostly, pain, confusion, but underneath all that, I felt his struggle. Through the bond, I felt how hard he was fighting to be gentle, how much he hated what he was doing, how desperately he wished there was another way. That's when I first understood that he wasn't a monster. He was just another person trapped by circumstance, trying to survive. And when did you fall in love with him? I'm not sure there was a single moment, Elizabeth admitted. It was gradual, 1,000 small moments in the garden, conversations in the library, nights when he'd hold me and talk about his nightmares. But if I had to choose one moment, it was during a thunderstorm, about 3 months after I arrived. Your father had a flashback to the war, completely lost in the memory. And instead of running away or calling for help, I reached for him. I held his hand and pulled him back to the present. And when he looked at me afterward, there was such wonder in his eyes. Wonder that someone would reach for him instead of away from him. That's when I knew I was falling, and there was no way to stop it. Marcus absorbed this, his young face serious. I want that someday. Not the arranged marriage or the bargain, but the love that came after. The partnership. You'll have it, Elizabeth assured him. You're already a better man than most twice your age, Marcus. Any woman would be lucky to have you. Even with the wolf? Marcus asked quietly. Even with the loss of control and the danger and the fact that I might accidentally destroy furniture when I'm angry? Especially with the wolf, Elizabeth said firmly. The wolf is part of who you are. Not the scary part or the shameful part. Just a part, and the right person will love all of you, fur and fangs included. Marcus hugged her then, sudden and tight, and Elizabeth held her firstborn and marveled at how much had changed. This boy, nearly a man now, had been the purpose that brought her to Blackpine. The heir Isaac needed, the contract fulfilled. But he'd become so much more than that. He was her son, loved not because of duty, but because of who he was. Kind, thoughtful, struggling to find his place in a world that expected so much from him. Thank you, Marcus murmured into her shoulder. For what? For staying, for loving Father, for making us a real family instead of just a political arrangement. We're lucky to have you. Elizabeth's eyes burned with tears. I'm the lucky one, sweetheart. You gave my life meaning when I thought I'd lost everything. All three of you did. They stayed like that as the winter wind howled around them, mother and son, connected not by blood, but by choice and love and the garden that had brought them all together. Chapter 19. Eleanor's Rebellion. If Marcus was serious and thoughtful, Eleanor was fire and determination. At 14, she was already making waves at court, questioning traditions, challenging nobles who underestimated her, and generally making it clear that being the Alpha King's daughter meant she would do exactly as she pleased. Isaac was both proud and terrified. She's going to start a revolution, he told Elizabeth one evening after Eleanor had publicly argued with a visiting duke about women's roles in governance. She told Duke Harrison that his ideas about female limitations were antiquated nonsense perpetuated by men afraid of competition. Elizabeth bit back a smile. She's not wrong. That's not the point. The point is that she's 14 and she's alienating powerful nobles who could make our lives difficult. So teach her diplomacy, Elizabeth suggested. Teach her how to make her point without making enemies. I've tried. She says diplomacy is just lying with better manners. Isaac ran a hand through his hair in frustration. She's exactly like my mother. Brilliant, stubborn, completely unwilling to play by anyone's rules but her own. Then maybe stop trying to make her play by the rules, Elizabeth said. Eleanor isn't going to be a traditional princess, Isaac. She's never going to smile prettily and marry whoever we choose and fade into the background. She's going to be a force, whether we like it or not. The question is whether we support that or try to suppress it. Supporting it means letting her challenge the entire social order. Yes, Elizabeth agreed calmly. It does. And maybe that's exactly what the kingdom needs. A princess who refuses to accept that her gender makes her less capable, less intelligent, less worthy of respect. You've spent 16 years building a kingdom based on love instead of just duty. Maybe Eleanor's the next step in that evolution. Isaac looked at his wife. This woman who'd started as a desperate bargain and become the foundation of everything good in his life. You're right, he admitted. You're usually right, which is both admirable and incredibly annoying. Elizabeth laughed. I'll take it. Now, about Eleanor, see. I'll talk to her, not about suppressing her spirit, but about channeling it effectively. If she's going to change the world, she might as well learn how to do it without getting assassinated in the process. Thank you. Elizabeth kissed him softly. She needs to know her father supports her, even when she's difficult. She's not difficult. She's determined. There's a difference. Isaac pulled Elizabeth close. How did we raise such formidable children? We gave them security, love, and the freedom to be themselves. The rest is just who they are. Isaac found Eleanor in her favorite spot, the tallest tower in Blackpine, overlooking the mountains. She was reading, as usual, this time a treatise on military strategy that was definitely not appropriate for a 14-year-old princess. That's a bit advanced, Isaac observed, sitting beside her. Eleanor didn't look up. I'm advanced. Everyone says so. Everyone is correct. Isaac took the book gently from her hands. Eleanor, we need to talk about your conversation with Duke Harrison. He's an idiot, Eleanor said flatly. He's an idiot with considerable political power and a long memory for grudges. Then he should be less of an idiot. Eleanor finally looked at her father, her amber eyes so like his own, blazing with conviction. He said women shouldn't concern themselves with governance, that we're too emotional, too easily swayed, too weak to make hard decisions. Father, I've watched Mother rule alongside you for 14 years. I've seen her make decisions that saved lives, mediate disputes that you couldn't solve, and hold this kingdom together through crisis after crisis. How can I sit silently while some bloated noble insults everything she is? Isaac's throat tightened. You can't, he admitted. And I wouldn't want you to. But Eleanor, there's a difference between standing up for your beliefs and making enemies unnecessarily. Harrison is wrong. Spectacularly, obviously wrong. But publicly humiliating him doesn't change his mind. It just makes him defensive and determined to prove you wrong. So I should just accept his idiocy? No. You should be strategic about dismantling it. Isaac took his daughter's hand. Eleanor, you remind me so much of my mother. She was brilliant and fierce, and refused to accept limitations other people tried to place on her. But she also understood that changing minds requires more than just being right. It requires making people want to listen to you. How did she do that? She led by example. She didn't argue that women could govern. She just governed, brilliantly, and made herself indispensable. She didn't debate whether women could understand strategy. She studied it exhaustively and then offered insights that won battles. By the time people realized they were taking advice from a woman, they'd already seen the results and couldn't deny her competence. Eleanor considered this. So I should stop arguing and start proving. Exactly. Show them what you're capable of instead of telling them. Make yourself so valuable, so obviously competent, that dismissing you would be idiotic even by their standards. And if they still dismiss me, then you remind them, publicly, decisively, and without mercy, of every time they were wrong and you were right. Isaac smiled slightly. But by then, you'll have built enough credibility that people will listen. Eleanor leaned against her father's shoulder. Why is everything so complicated? Because the world is complicated, and people are stubborn, and change is hard. Isaac wrapped an arm around her. But you're strong enough to handle it, Eleanor. You're your grandmother's granddaughter and your mother's daughter. You can change the world. You just need to be smart about how you do it. Will you help me? Always. I'll teach you everything I know about strategy, politics, and making people underestimate you so you can destroy them more effectively later. Eleanor laughed. That sounds more like Mother's approach than yours. Your mother is terrifying in the best possible way, Isaac agreed. Learn from both of us, and there's nothing you can't accomplish. They sat together as the sun set, father and daughter, both knowing that Eleanor would indeed change the world someday, and that the kingdom would be better for it. Chapter 20. Lucas's gift. If Marcus was the natural leader and Eleanor was the revolutionary, Lucas was something else entirely. An empath. It manifested slowly, over years, until by age 12 it was undeniable. Lucas could feel other people's emotions, sometimes so intensely that he'd become overwhelmed in crowds. He avoided large gatherings, preferring quiet spaces and small groups, and he had an uncanny ability to know what people needed: comfort, space, honesty, distraction, before they even asked. It's a rare gift, the pack healer explained to Isaac and Elizabeth during a consultation. Some werewolves develop it, usually those born of strong mate bonds. Lucas is feeling the world the way you two feel each other through your blood bond, constantly, intensely, without filters. Is it dangerous? Elizabeth asked worriedly. Her quiet son had become even quieter lately, withdrawing into books and the garden, avoiding the bustle of court life. It can be overwhelming if not properly managed, the healer admitted, but it can also be incredibly valuable. Empaths make excellent mediators, healers, counselors. They understand people in ways others can't, see past lies and facades to the truth underneath. How do we help him? Isaac asked. Teach him to shield, to create mental barriers that let him control when and how much emotion he lets in. It's a skill that takes time to develop, but he's young. He can learn. So Isaac and Elizabeth worked with Lucas, teaching him techniques to manage his gift. Isaac showed him how to build mental walls, how to separate his own feelings from the emotions bleeding in from others. Elizabeth taught him grounding exercises, ways to anchor himself when the emotional noise became too much. And slowly, Lucas learned to control it, not to suppress the gift, but to use it intentionally, selectively, opening himself to others when he chose and closing himself off when he needed peace. Does it bother you? Elizabeth asked him one afternoon in the garden. The place Lucas felt safest, surrounded by living things that had emotions but simpler ones, easier to bear. Sometimes, Lucas admitted, he was transplanting seedlings, his hands gentle and sure. In crowds, it's hard. Everyone feels so much all at once. Anger and joy and fear and love all tangled together. It's like trying to hear a single voice in a room full of shouting. But other times it's amazing, Lucas said, his face lighting up. Like with you and Father. Your bond is so strong, so clear. When you're together, I can feel the love between you, and it's the most beautiful thing. It's like music but made of emotion instead of sound. Elizabeth's eyes misted. Lucas, that's lovely. It's true. Lucas looked at her seriously. Mother, do you know how rare what you and Father have is? Most mate bonds are practical, functional. They work, but they don't sing. Yours sings. And it's taught me what I want someday, not just a mate, but a bond that makes music. You'll find it, Elizabeth assured him. Someone who matches your gentleness, your empathy, your gift for understanding. Someone whose emotions complement yours instead of overwhelming them. Do you think so? I know so. You're special, Lucas. Different from your siblings, different from most people. But that difference is a strength, not a weakness. The right person will recognize that. Lucas smiled and returned to his seedlings, and Elizabeth watched him work, marveling at how 3 children from the same parents could be so completely unique. Marcus, the leader, Eleanor, the revolutionary, Lucas, the empath. All of them loved, all of them valued, all of them proof that the bargain that brought her to Blackpine had been worth every moment of pain and fear and uncertainty. Chapter 21. The Border Crisis. When Marcus was 18, Eleanor and Lucas were 14. A crisis erupted on the northern border that would test everything the family had built. A neighboring kingdom, emboldened by rumors of Isaac's softness since marrying Elizabeth, launched a series of raids on border villages. They weren't full-scale invasions, just coordinated attacks designed to test Blackpine's defenses, to see if the Alpha King had truly gone soft, if love had made him weak. Isaac called a war council immediately. Elizabeth attended, as she always did now. Her insights into people and politics had proven invaluable over the years, and no one questioned her presence anymore. They're testing us, Commander Blackwood said, pointing to markers on the map spread across the council table. 3 villages were hit in the last month. Livestock stolen, homes burned, 2 civilians killed. They want to see how we respond. Then we respond decisively, Isaac said, his voice cold and controlled. We send a force large enough to crush any future raids and make it clear that attacking my people has consequences. Your Majesty, one of the nobles interjected. Lord Carmine, who'd always been cautious to the point of cowardice. Perhaps we should consider diplomacy first, open negotiations. Seek to understand their grievances. Their grievance is that they think I've become weak, Isaac interrupted, his amber eyes flashing gold for just a moment. They think that because I love my wife and children, because I've built gardens and supported reforms, I've lost the edge that won the last war. They're wrong, and I'm going to make sure they understand exactly how wrong they are. Isaac, Elizabeth said quietly, and he immediately turned to her, his expression softening fractionally. May I speak? Always. Elizabeth stood, moving to the map. She studied it for a long moment before speaking. Commander Blackwood is right. This is a test. But it's not just a test of our military strength. It's a test of our resolve, our unity, our willingness to defend what's ours. If we respond with only military force, we win the battle, but we don't win the larger war. We need to show them that Black Pine is strong, not despite the changes we've made, but because of them. What do you suggest? Blackwood asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. We respond militarily, yes. But we also respond diplomatically, economically, socially. We crush the raids with overwhelming force, making it clear that attacking us is suicide. But we also reach out to the common people in their kingdom, the ones who have nothing to gain from war and everything to lose. We show them that Black Pine is prosperous, that our people are happy, that the softness they mock is actually strength of a different kind. A propaganda campaign alongside a military one, Blackwood mused. Hit them from multiple angles. Exactly. Make it clear to their nobility that war with us is unwinnable, but also make it clear to their people that peace with us is beneficial. Turn their own population against the idea of continued aggression. Isaac studied his wife with open admiration. That's brilliant. Ruthless and compassionate in equal measure. I learned from the best, Elizabeth replied with a slight smile. There's one more thing. Marcus spoke up from his position at the edge of the room. At 18, he was technically old enough to join the council, but he usually just listened. Now all eyes turned to him. Let me lead the military response. The room erupted in objections. Isaac's face went pale. Elizabeth's hand went to her throat. Marcus, no, Isaac started, but Marcus stepped forward, his expression determined. Father, I'm 18, I'm the heir. Everyone knows it, but they also know I've never been tested. I've never led men in battle, never proven I can do more than study strategy and practice in the training yard. Marcus looked around the room, meeting each person's eyes in turn. If we want to send a message that Black Pine is strong, let me be part of that message. Let me show them that the next generation is just as capable, just as fierce, just as willing to defend what's ours. Absolutely not, Isaac said flatly. Marcus, you're my heir. I'm not risking you on a border skirmish. It's not a risk if we do this right, Marcus interrupted, his voice respectful but firm. Send me with Commander Blackwood and a full company of experienced soldiers. I won't be in command. I'll be learning, observing, supporting. But my presence sends a message. The Alpha King's family doesn't hide in safety while others fight our battles. We stand with our people. Elizabeth watched her son, this young man who looked so much like his father but spoke with her practicality, and felt her heart clench with pride and terror. Through the blood bond, she felt Isaac's emotions, fear, anger, reluctant admiration, and beneath it all, the knowledge that Marcus was right. Elizabeth? Isaac asked quietly, seeking her counsel. She took a deep breath. He's right. We can't protect him forever, Isaac. He needs to prove himself, and the kingdom needs to see that our son is worthy of the crown he'll inherit. But, she looked at Marcus, you follow Commander Blackwood's orders absolutely. No heroics, no unnecessary risks. You're there to learn and to be seen, not to win glory. I understand, Marcus said solemnly. Isaac was silent for a long moment. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt his internal struggle. The father who wanted to lock his children away safe versus the king who knew they needed to be strong. The man who'd lost too many people he loved versus the alpha who understood that sometimes risk was necessary. Finally, he nodded. Marcus goes. But with Blackwood, with 50 of our best soldiers, and with explicit orders that if anything goes wrong, his safety is the priority. Agreed? Agreed, Blackwood said immediately. Marcus bowed formally to his father. Thank you, I won't let you down." "You never have," Isaac replied, his voice rough with emotion. "Don't start now." The force departed 3 days later. Elizabeth stood on the battlements with Isaac, watching their son ride out at the head of a column of soldiers, and had to physically restrain herself from calling him back. "He'll be fine," Isaac said, though his hand was gripping hers hard enough to hurt. "Blackwood will keep him safe, and he's trained for this. We've been preparing him since he was old enough to hold a sword." "I know," Elizabeth said, "but knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally are very different things." Through the bond, she felt Isaac's agreement. Terror thinly veiled by necessity, love tangled with duty, the eternal curse of being both a parent and a ruler. Eleanor and Lucas stood with them. Eleanor's expression was stormy. She'd argued loudly about being allowed to go as well, her combat skills nearly equal to Marcus's. Lucas was quiet, but his empathic gift meant he was feeling everyone's fear and anxiety, and it showed in the tightness around his eyes. "He'll come back," Lucas said softly. "I can feel it." His future stretches out strong and clear. This isn't where his story ends. "How can you know?" Eleanor demanded. "I just do, the same way I know you're going to drive Father insane trying to convince him to let you join the diplomatic mission, and that you're eventually going to succeed because Mother secretly agrees with you." Elizabeth tried to hide her smile and failed. "Am I that transparent?" "To me, yes," Lucas replied. "To most people, no." Isaac looked at his youngest son with interest. "What else do you feel?" Lucas hesitated, then said carefully, "Victory, not immediate, not easy, but certain. Marcus will distinguish himself, the raids will stop. And something else, something shifts in how people see us. This is a turning point, Father. After this, no one will doubt that Black Pine's strength comes from its unity, not just its Alpha King." "From your mouth to the gods' ears," Isaac murmured. They stood together until the column disappeared from view, a family bound by love and blood and the shared burden of leadership, watching as the next generation began to forge their own legacy. Chapter 22. Letters from the Front. Marcus wrote letters every 3 days, sent by a fast rider to keep his parents informed. Elizabeth cherished each one. Reading them so many times, the paper grew soft. "Dear Mother and Father, we've arrived at the border garrison and begun coordinating with local forces. Commander Blackwood is a brilliant strategist. Watching her work is like watching a master chess player, always thinking 3 moves ahead. She's also terrifying when angry. I witnessed her dressing down a captain who'd failed to properly secure his section of the border, and I think the man aged 10 years in 5 minutes. The situation is worse than we thought. The raids aren't random. They're coordinated by someone with military training. Blackwood thinks it's a disgraced general from their kingdom, someone who lost position and is trying to win it back through successful aggression against us. I'm learning so much, not just about tactics and strategy, but about leadership. How to earn respect from soldiers who've been fighting longer than I've been alive. How to project confidence even when you're terrified. How to make decisions quickly when hesitation could cost lives. I think I'm starting to understand what you meant, Father, about the weight of command. Every choice affects people. Their safety, their families, their futures. It's exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. I miss you all terribly. Tell Eleanor to stop sulking about being left behind and tell Lucas I can feel him worrying even from here. I'm fine, little brother. I promise. All my love. Marcus, dear family. We engaged the raiders yesterday. It wasn't a major battle, just a skirmish, really. But it was my first real combat. Father, you were right about how different real fighting is from training. The noise, the chaos, the smell of blood and fear. I held my position, followed orders, and did what needed to be done. But afterwards, when I was alone in my tent, I threw up until there was nothing left. Commander Blackwood found me after. She didn't say anything about the vomiting, just handed me water and said, "The first time is always the hardest. It gets easier, but it should never get easy. The day killing doesn't affect you is the day you've lost something essential." I thought about Uncle Marcus, my namesake, and wondered if this was what his first battle felt like, if he was scared too, if he questioned whether he was strong enough. I wish I could have known him. We captured 3 of the raiders alive. Under interrogation, they confirmed what Blackwood suspected. There's a general named Corvus leading them, promising glory and plunder to anyone willing to raid Blackpine's borders. He's gathering support for a larger invasion, using these raids to test our defenses and build his own reputation. Blackwood wants to strike at his base camp before he can organize. It's risky, but waiting for him to bring the fight to us is riskier. I'll write again after we move. Stay safe. I love you all. Marcus, dearest mother, I'm writing this one just to you because I need to tell someone what I saw today, and Father would either dismiss it as sentiment or understand it too well and it would hurt him. We liberated one of the villages Corvus had occupied. The people there, Mother, they were starving, terrified. They'd been living under occupation for weeks, their food stores stolen, their young people pressed into service as fighters, or worse. There was a woman there, maybe 30 years old, with 2 children clinging to her skirts. She looked at me with such desperate hope when we arrived, like I was salvation incarnate. And I realized, this is what it means to be a leader. Not the glory or the power, but this. Being the person people look to when everything else has failed. Being the one who can make the difference between hope and despair. It's heavy, Mother. Heavier than I expected, but it's also clarifying. This is why you made your bargain, isn't it? This is why you endured everything you endured. Because sometimes one person's sacrifice can save so many others. I understand now. I understand you and Father both, in ways I didn't before. And I'm grateful for the example you've set, for the strength you've shown, for raising me to believe that leadership is service, not dominion. I'll make you proud, I promise. Your son, Marcus Elizabeth, held that letter against her chest and wept. For her son growing into the man he was meant to be, for the innocence he was losing, for the burdens he was learning to carry. Isaac found her like that and wrapped her in his arms. And they stood together in the shared grief and pride of watching their child face the darkness and not break. "He's going to be a great king," Isaac murmured. "He already is," Elizabeth replied. "He just doesn't know it yet." Chapter 23. Victory and its Cost. The final confrontation with General Corvus came 3 weeks after Marcus first arrived at the border. Commander Blackwood's strategy was complex, a feint to draw Corvus's forces into the open, followed by a pincer movement that would trap them against the river. Marcus was assigned to the northern flank, far from the heaviest fighting but close enough to understand the flow of battle. The plan worked perfectly. Almost. Corvus, seeing the trap close around him, made a desperate gamble. He led a small elite force directly toward the northern flank, toward Marcus, hoping to capture the Alpha King's heir and use him as leverage to escape. Marcus saw them coming. 30 hardened warriors bearing down on his position of 20 soldiers. Through his own developing blood bond, fainter than his parents but present, He felt their determination, their desperation, their certainty that capturing him was their only chance at survival. He had two choices: fall back and let them break through the line, potentially escaping to raid another day, or hold position and risk his own life to maintain the trap. Marcus chose to hold. The fighting was brutal and brief. Marcus fought with everything he'd learned. Every skill his father had taught him. Every bit of strength and cunning he possessed. His wolf surged forward for the first time in combat, lending him speed and power that surprised even the experienced warriors attacking him. When Commander Blackwood's reinforcements arrived minutes later, Marcus was still standing. Barely. He'd taken a sword cut to his side, another to his thigh, and his left arm hung uselessly. Dislocated or broken, he couldn't tell through the adrenaline. But he was alive, and Corvus was dead at his feet, and the battle was won. "You absolute idiot," Blackwood said, but there was respect in her voice as she barked orders for healers. "You should have fallen back. Those orders were explicit." "If I'd fallen back, they'd have escaped," Marcus replied, swaying on his feet. "This way, it's over. This way, you nearly died." "But I didn't." Marcus looked at the fallen general, at the men who'd given their lives trying to capture him, and felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders. "How many of our people did we lose?" 7 dead, 15 wounded, 3 seriously. Blackwood caught him as his legs gave out. "And one idiot heir who's going to give his father a heart attack when he hears what you did." Marcus tried to laugh and ended up coughing blood instead. "Tell him it worked, though. Tell him we won." "I'll tell him you're a hero and a fool in equal measure," Blackwood replied. "Just like he was at your age. Now shut up and let the healers work." The letter that arrived at Blackpine 3 days later was not in Marcus's handwriting. It was Commander Blackwood's, formal and precise, detailing the battle, the victory, and Marcus's condition. Alive, healing, but injured badly enough that it would be weeks before he could travel. Isaac read it in stony silence, his face pale, his hands trembling slightly. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt his terror, his rage, his desperate need to see their son and confirm with his own eyes that Marcus was truly alive. "I'm gonna kill him," Isaac said finally. "I'm gonna travel to that border garrison, confirm that he's healing, and then I'm gonna kill him myself for scaring me like this." "You're going to hug him until he can't breathe, then probably cry, then make him promise never to do anything that stupid again," Elizabeth corrected. "Which he won't promise because he's your son, and you would have done exactly the same thing at his age." Isaac glared at her. "Don't use logic against me when I'm trying to be angry." "Someone has to." Elizabeth took his hands, feeling them shake in hers. "He's alive, Isaac. Wounded, but alive. And according to Blackwood, he fought brilliantly. He held his position against impossible odds and turned the tide of the battle. He's proven himself." "He's proven he's reckless," Isaac countered. "Just like I was. God, Elizabeth, I thought I was going to lose him. When I read that he'd been injured, I felt—" He broke off, unable to continue. "I know." Elizabeth pulled him close. "I felt it too. Every parent's worst nightmare. But he survived, and he's coming home. And we're going to celebrate his victory even as we lecture him about unnecessary risks." Through the bond, she felt Isaac's emotional storm gradually settling, fear giving way to relief and reluctant pride. "He held his position," Isaac murmured, "against 30 warriors, at 18. "He's your son," Elizabeth said simply. "What did you expect?" Marcus returned to Blackpine 5 weeks after the battle, riding at the head of the victorious column. His left arm was still in a sling, his side bandaged, his face bearing new scars that would never fully fade. But he sat straight in his saddle, acknowledging the cheering crowds that lined the streets to welcome home the soldiers who'd ended the border raids. Isaac and Elizabeth waited at the fortress gates with Eleanor and Lucas. The moment Marcus dismounted, awkwardly, still favoring his injured side, Isaac strode forward and pulled him into a crushing embrace. "Never again," Isaac said fiercely. "You hear me? Never again." "I can't promise that," Marcus replied, his voice muffled against his father's shoulder. "You know I can't." "Then promise me you'll be careful, that you won't throw your life away on heroics." "I promise I'll be as careful as you were at my age," Marcus said, and even Elizabeth could hear the smile in his voice. Isaac pulled back, holding his son at arm's length and studying his face. The new scars, the shadows in his eyes that hadn't been there before, the weight of command settling onto shoulders still learning to bear it. "You did well," Isaac said finally. Commander Blackwood's report was glowing. You saved lives, ended a threat, and proved yourself to anyone who doubted. I'm proud of you, Marcus. Marcus's eyes shone with tears he didn't let fall. Thank you, Father. Elizabeth hugged him next, gentler, mindful of his wounds. Welcome home, yes, sweetheart. It's good to be home, Marcus murmured. I missed the garden. I missed peace. I missed being able to sleep without wondering if we'd be attacked before dawn. Then rest, Elizabeth said. You've earned it. Eleanor launched herself at her brother next, nearly knocking him over despite his size. You're an idiot, she said fiercely. A brave, brilliant idiot. I'm furious with you for getting hurt and so proud I could burst you. I love you too, Eleanor, Marcus replied, ruffling her hair the way he had when they were children. Lucas approached last, his empathic gift making him cautious. He could feel the battle trauma radiating from his brother, the fear and pain and grief carefully contained beneath Marcus's surface calm. You're not okay, Lucas said quietly. No, Marcus agreed. But I will be, eventually. I'll help. If you want. Lucas's offer was tentative. I can help carry some of it, the weight, the memories. That's what my gift is for. Marcus looked at his younger brother with new understanding and gratitude. I'd like that, not now, but soon when I'm ready to talk about it. Whenever you're ready, Lucas assured him. The family stood together in the courtyard, reunited, whole despite the scars. Some visible, some not. And watching them, Commander Blackwood smiled slightly before turning to dismiss the troops. The next generation was ready. Bloodied, yes. Burdened, certainly. But ready, nonetheless. Chapter 24. Eleanor's Diplomatic Mission. 6 months after Marcus's victory at the border, Eleanor finally got her chance to prove herself. A trade dispute erupted with the Eastern Territories. Something about tariffs and shipping rights that threatened to escalate into economic warfare if not handled delicately. I should go, Eleanor announced at the council meeting discussing the crisis. Let me lead the diplomatic mission. The nobles immediately objected. Too young, too female, too volatile. Eleanor let them talk, her expression serene, while she mentally catalogued each objection to use against them later. Isaac was about to speak when Elizabeth touched his arm gently. Through the bond, she communicated wordlessly. Let her try. Isaac studied his daughter, 16 years old, brilliant, determined, and yes, volatile. But she was also her grandmother's granddaughter and her mother's daughter. She had gifts these nobles couldn't see because they were too busy dismissing her based on age and gender. "Eleanor will lead the mission," Isaac announced, silencing the room, "with Lord Hartwell as senior advisor and a full diplomatic escort. She'll negotiate the trade agreement and we'll see what she accomplishes." Eleanor's eyes widened fractionally, surprise quickly masked by determination. "Thank you, Father. I won't disappoint you." "I know you won't," Isaac replied. "But Eleanor, remember what we discussed. Diplomacy isn't about winning arguments. It's about finding solutions everyone can live with." "I remember," Eleanor assured him. The diplomatic mission departed the next week. Elizabeth helped Eleanor pack, slipping small gifts into her bags. Her favorite tea, a book of poetry, a pressed flower from the garden. "Why the flower?" Eleanor asked. "To remind you that even in the middle of difficult negotiations, there's still beauty in the world. Your father taught me that in the garden. When everything feels impossible, find something beautiful and let it ground you." Eleanor carefully tucked the pressed flower into her journal. "Mother, can I ask you something?" "Anything. Do you ever regret not being more traditional? You could have been just father's contracted mate, bearing children and staying in the background. Instead, you're his queen, his advisor, his partner in everything. But it must have been hard, breaking all those expectations." Elizabeth smiled. "It was terrifying. I was a peasant girl thrust into a world I didn't understand, expected to be nothing more than a womb with legs. But your father, he saw past that. He gave me space to grow, to learn, to become more than what circumstances dictated. And yes, it was hard. The nobles whispered, the court judged. But every time I wanted to give up and just accept the limitations, I thought about the example I was setting for any daughters I might have." "You were thinking about me before I even existed?" "I was thinking about all the girls who needed to see that they could be more than ornamental. That intelligence, strength, and determination weren't masculine traits. They were human traits." Elizabeth took her daughter's hands. "Eleanor, you're going to face resistance your entire life. Men who underestimate you, women who resent you, systems designed to keep you small. But you're a princess of Blackpine, granddaughter of Eleanor Gomeh, daughter of a woman who turned a desperate bargain into a throne. You come from a line of women who refuse to accept limitations. Don't start now." Eleanor hugged her mother fiercely. "I'll make you proud. You already do. Every single day." Eleanor's diplomatic mission was a resounding success. She negotiated a trade agreement that gave both sides more than they'd hoped for, identified and resolved underlying tensions no one else had noticed, and returned home with the Eastern Territory's respect and a personal invitation to visit again. The nobles who'd objected to her leading the mission were forced to acknowledge her competence. Lord Hartwell's report praised her keen insight, strategic thinking, and remarkable ability to find common ground where others saw only conflict. Isaac read the report with undisguised pride, then passed it to Elizabeth. "She's extraordinary." "Yes, she is," Elizabeth agreed, "just like her grandmother." "And her mother," Isaac added, pulling Elizabeth close. "Don't think I've forgotten that most of the strategies Eleanor used came directly from watching you navigate court politics for 16 years. "I may have taught her a few things," Elizabeth admitted. "You taught her everything that matters," Isaac corrected. "How to be strong without being cruel. How to fight for what's right without burning bridges unnecessarily. How to change the world one careful step at a time. That's all you, Elizabeth." She leaned into him, comfortable and secure in his embrace after so many years together. We make a good team. The best team, Isaac agreed. And we're raising children who will be even better. Marcus, the warrior king. Eleanor, the revolutionary diplomat. Lucas, the empathic healer. They're going to change the world, Elizabeth. And it's because of you. Because you refuse to let circumstance define you. Because you showed them what's possible when you're brave enough to be more than what others expect. Through the fiend, Elizabeth felt his love, his gratitude, his wonder that they'd built something so beautiful from such desperate beginnings. And she felt her own love reflecting back, amplified, eternal. Not just me, she said, us. Everything we've built, we built together. Together, Isaac echoed, and kissed her as the sun set over the garden they'd restored, the kingdom they'd strengthened, the family they'd created from a bargain that had become so much more than either had imagined. Chapter 25. The Anniversary. 20 years after Elizabeth first arrived at Black Pine Fortress, Isaac declared a kingdom-wide celebration. Not for any official reason, not a military victory or political achievement, but simply to honor the day his life had changed forever. "You're being sentimental," Elizabeth teased as servants rushed around preparing for the festivities. "I'm being honest," Isaac corrected. 20 years ago, a desperate young woman walked into my throne room and agreed to a bargain that saved us both. That deserves celebration. The fortress was transformed. Banners flew from every tower. The great hall was decorated with flowers from the garden, roses and lilies and Eleanor's moonbloom, which had not only survived but thrived, spreading throughout the fortress grounds. Long tables were set up for feasting, musicians prepared to play, and nobles and commoners alike were invited to celebrate. Marcus, now 22 and officially crowned Prince Heir, helped organize the military display. Eleanor, 18 and fresh from her third successful diplomatic mission, managed the guest list with terrifying efficiency. Lucas, 18 and studying healing with the pack physicians, decorated the garden itself, his empathic gift helping him choose flowers and arrangements that would resonate emotionally with visitors. As evening fell and the celebration began, Elizabeth stood in the chamber that had once been hers alone, before she'd moved to Isaac's rooms permanently, before they'd become truly married in heart as well as law. She wore a gown of deep forest green, the color Isaac said brought out her eyes, embroidered with silver wolves that caught the candlelight. A knock at the door preceded Mistress Hollis's entrance. The older woman, now retired from active service but still a fixture in the fortress, smiled at Elizabeth. "You look beautiful, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Hollis." Elizabeth turned from the mirror. "Do you remember the first time you brought me to this room? 20 years ago, terrified and certain my life was over? I remember a brave young girl who made an impossible choice to save her father," Hollis replied. "And I remember thinking that His Majesty had chosen better than he knew. Did you know that it would become this?" Hollis's expression turned thoughtful. "I hoped. I'd known Isaac since he was a boy, and I saw the person he'd been before the war buried under all that ice and anger. I hoped you'd be able to reach him, but now, no, what you two built together, that was all you were doing." "It was survival," Elizabeth said. "We were both drowning, and we grabbed onto each other because there was nothing else. And then you chose to keep holding on, even when the immediate danger passed. That's what makes it remarkable." Hollis moved to the door, then paused. "Your father would be proud, you know, of who you've become, of what you've built." Elizabeth's throat tightened. "I hope so." After Hollis left, Elizabeth took a moment to compose herself, then made her way to the great hall where the celebration was already in full swing. Isaac was waiting for her at the entrance, magnificent in formal black and silver, his scars visible but no longer something he tried to hide. When he saw her, his amber eyes lit with the same wonder they'd held on their wedding day, on the day each of their children was born, on 1,000 quiet mornings in the garden. "You're beautiful," he said, offering his arm. "You're biased," Elizabeth replied, taking it. "Absolutely." Isaac led her into the hall, where the assembled guests rose and applauded. "But that doesn't make it less true." They moved through the celebration together, greeting guests, accepting congratulations, watching their children navigate the social complexity of court with the ease of those born to it. Marcus was deep in conversation with several military officers, his bearing confident and strong despite the scars he'd earned. Eleanor held court among the younger nobles, her sharp wit and sharper intelligence commanding respect even from those twice her age. Lucas moved quietly through the crowd, stopping to speak with people who needed comfort or encouragement, his empathic gift making him a beacon for anyone struggling. "We did well," Isaac murmured as they watched their children. "We did," Elizabeth agreed. When the formal portion of the evening ended and dancing began, Isaac led Elizabeth onto the floor. They'd done this countless times over the years, but it never lost its magic, moving together in perfect synchronization, the blood bond letting them anticipate each other's movements, making them appear as one being rather than two. "Do you remember our binding ceremony?" Isaac asked quietly as they danced. "How terrified you were. How certain were you that you'd made a horrible mistake?" "I remember thinking I'd sold myself to a monster," Elizabeth admitted. "I remember the pain and the shame and lying in the dark afterward wondering if I'd survive it. And now? Now I know I did survive it. More than that, I thrived because of it. Not despite the bargain, but because the bargain brought me to you." Elizabeth looked up at him, at the face she'd memorized over 20 years, at the amber eyes that had seen her at her worst and loved her anyway. "I would do it again, Isaac, all of it. Every painful moment, every scary decision, every sacrifice. I'd do it again in a heartbeat because it led me here, to you, to our children, to this life we've built." Isaac stopped dancing, right there in the middle of the floor, and cupped her face in his hands. "I don't deserve you." "Probably not," Elizabeth agreed, smiling. "But you're stuck with me anyway." "Thank God for that." Isaac kissed her, deep and sweet and full of 20 years of love, while the court applauded and their children watched with expressions ranging from pride to embarrassment. When they finally pulled apart, Isaac kept her close, his forehead resting against hers. "I love you, Elizabeth Gomeh, more than I thought it was possible to love anyone. You took a broken man and taught him to grow again. You took a fortress and made it a home. You took a bargain and made it a love story." "We made it a love story," Elizabeth corrected. "Both of us, together. That's how it's always been. That's how it'll always be." "Together," Isaac echoed, and the word had become their promise, their vow, the foundation of everything they'd built. Later that night, after the guests had departed and the children had retired to their own chambers, Isaac and Elizabeth walked through the garden under a full moon, the same moon that had witnessed their binding ceremony 20 years before. The garden was magnificent now, a far cry from the overgrown wasteland it had been when Elizabeth first arrived. Roses climbed ancient stone walls, herbs flourished in neat beds. Eleanor's statue stood in the secret garden, surrounded by blooms that perfumed the night air. And everywhere, evidence of careful tending, of love expressed through growing things. "This is where it started," Elizabeth said, stopping at the rosebed they'd worked on together during those first tentative weeks. "Where you first showed me you were more than the monster everyone feared." "This is where you saved me," Isaac corrected. "Where you showed me that not everything beautiful has to die, that broken things can be repaired, that I didn't have to stay frozen forever." They stood together in the moonlight, connected by blood and bond and 20 years of choosing each other, and Elizabeth thought about the journey that had brought them here. The desperate girl sells herself to save her father. The broken king trying to secure his succession. The cold transaction in darkness. The slow thawing in the garden. The crisis and the victories, and the children who would carry their legacy forward. "What do you think the next 20 years will bring?" Elizabeth asked. Isaac pulled her close, his arms secure around her waist. "Marcus will become king, probably sooner than I'd like. I'm not getting any younger, and the wolf gets harder to control every year. Eleanor will revolutionize the entire political system, likely while terrifying every conservative noble in the 5 kingdoms. Lucas will heal people in ways we can't imagine, bringing comfort to souls we didn't even know were broken. And us? We'll grow old together in this garden. We'll watch our children have children of their own. We'll tell the story of how a desperate bargain became the greatest love story our kingdom has ever known. And when my time comes, when the wolf finally claims me and I have to pass the crown to Marcus, I'll die knowing that I lived. Truly lived. Not just survived, but thrived, because you were brave enough to see past the monster to the man." Elizabeth's eyes burned with tears. "Don't talk about dying, not tonight." "I'm not afraid of it anymore," Isaac said gently. "I used to be terrified of death, of leaving things unfinished, of dying alone and unmourned like my father. But now, I've lived a full life, Elizabeth. I've loved and been loved. I've raised children who will be better rulers than I ever was. I've built something that will last long after I'm gone. When death comes, I'll face it with gratitude for every moment I had with you." "You're not allowed to leave me," Elizabeth said fiercely, even as tears tracked down her cheeks. "We made a bargain, remember? Together. That means you stay." "I'll stay as long as I can," Isaac promised. "But Elizabeth, when the time comes, and it will come, for both of us eventually, don't mourn me. Celebrate what we had. Teach our grandchildren about the garden, about how broken things can grow again, about how the best things in life often come from the worst circumstances." "I'll teach them," Elizabeth agreed. "But you'll be here to help me for a long time yet." Isaac smiled and kissed her forehead. "For a long time yet," he agreed. They remained in the garden until the moon set and the first hints of dawn colored the eastern sky. 2 people who'd found each other in darkness and built a life in the light, still choosing each other after 20 years, still growing together like the roses they'd planted, still proving that love could bloom even from the most desperate of beginnings. Chapter 26. Marcus's Mate. Marcus was 25 when he met Sarah. She wasn't a princess or a noble daughter paraded before him by ambitious families. She was a healer from the Eastern Territories, brought to Blackpine as part of a medical exchange program Lucas had established. She was quiet, competent, and completely unimpressed by his title. "You're bleeding on my clean floor," were the first words she said to him after he'd stumbled into the healing ward with a training injury. Marcus looked down at the blood dripping from his arm. A sword cut, not serious but messy, and then at the small woman glaring at him. She was maybe 5 feet tall, with dark hair pulled into a practical bun and brown eyes that snapped with irritation. "I apologize," he said with as much dignity as someone bleeding on the floor could muster. "If you could direct me to sit," she commanded, pointing at a chair, "and try not to drip on anything else." Marcus sat, surprised into obedience by her tone. She approached with supplies, her movements brisk and efficient, and began cleaning the wound without ceremony. "This is going to sting," she warned, then applied something that made Marcus hiss in pain. "Don't be a baby. I've treated children braver than you." "I'm not being a baby," Marcus protested. "That hurts." "It's supposed to hurt. That means it's working." She continued her ministries with clinical detachment. "You're Prince Marcus, aren't you? The one who held the border against 30 raiders?" "Yes." You look less impressive covered in blood and whining about antiseptics." Despite the pain, Marcus found himself smiling. "Do you speak to all your patients this way?" "Only the ones who bleed on my floor." Sarah began stitching the wound with neat, precise movements. "Hold still. Unless you want a crooked scar to match your father's." "My father's scars are battle wounds from the war. And yours is from a training accident. Much less impressive." She tied off the last stitch and stepped back to examine her work. "There. Try not to do anything stupid for the next week while it heals." "I'll do my best," Marcus said, oddly charmed by her complete lack of deference. "Thank you, healer?" "Sarah. Just Sarah." She was already turning away, moving to the next patient. "And you're welcome. Try using the training yard entrance next time instead of bleeding through my ward." Marcus found excuses to visit the healing ward over the following weeks. A headache, a twisted ankle, a persistent cough that might have been serious or might have been completely imaginary. Each time, Sarah treated him with the same brisk efficiency and complete lack of reverence for his title. "You're not sick," she said finally, the 4th time he appeared. "You're just lonely." Marcus blinked. "I'm not." "Yes, you are. I can see it." Sarah set down the supplies she'd been organizing and looked at him directly. "You're 25. You've proven yourself in battle. Everyone expects you to choose a mate and produce heirs. But you haven't, because none of the noble daughters interest you. They're too intimidated by your title, too impressed by your legend. You want someone who sees you, not the crown you'll wear." The accuracy of her assessment was staggering. "How do you know all that?" "I'm a healer. It's my job to see what people don't say." Sarah softened slightly. "Your brother Lucas has the same gift, only stronger. He told me you were struggling." "Lucas sent you to analyze me?" "Lucas mentioned you might benefit from someone who doesn't care about your title." Sarah returned to her organizing. "So here I am, not caring about your title. You're welcome." Marcus laughed, a real laugh that felt like pressure releasing. "Would you like to have dinner with me?" "In the formal dining hall where I'll be judged by every noble in the fortress?" "No, thank you." "In the garden, then. Just us. I'll bring food from the kitchens and we can eat under the stars." Sarah studied him for a long moment. "This isn't a royal command. It's a request, one you're free to refuse." "Then yes," she said. "I'll have dinner with you, but if you're bored, I'm leaving." "I'll try to be interesting," Marcus promised. Dinner in the garden became a regular occurrence. Then walks along the fortress walls. Then quiet conversations in the library. Marcus found himself telling Sarah things he'd never told anyone, about the weight of being heir, about the nightmares from the border campaign, About his fear that he'd never be the king his father was, eh? Your father is a hard act to follow, Sarah observed one evening as they sat in Eleanor's secret garden. He took a broken kingdom and made it strong. He married for necessity and turned it into legend. He raised children who are each extraordinary in their own way. That's intimidating. Exactly, Marcus said. How do I live up to that? You don't, Sarah said simply. You don't try to be your father, you be yourself. Marcus, who held a position against impossible odds not because he wanted glory, but because it was right. Marcus, who visits the healing ward pretending to be sick just to have someone talk to him like a person instead of a prince. Marcus, who loves gardens and poetry and wants to rule with compassion instead of just strength. That Marcus doesn't need to live up to anyone. He just needs to be himself. Marcus looked at her, this small, fierce woman who'd somehow seen past every wall he'd built, and felt something click into place. Sarah, I think I'm falling in love with you. Sarah's eyes widened. That's very sudden. Is it? I've been visiting you for months. We've spent nearly every evening together for the past 6 weeks. I know your favorite flower, lavender. I know you take your tea with honey but no milk. I know you hum when you're concentrating and that you're terrified of thunderstorms but would never admit it. I know you, Sarah, and I love what I know. I'm a commoner, Sarah said quietly. I have no title, no kids, no political value. Your parents married under extraordinary circumstances, but you're the heir. You're supposed to marry strategically. My parents married because they had no choice, and they made it into the greatest love story our kingdom has ever known. I have a choice, Sarah, and I'm choosing you if you'll have me. Sarah was quiet for so long Marcus thought she'd refuse. Then, I need you to understand something. I'm not going to be a decorative princess who smiles and waves and stays in the background. If I'm going to be your mate, I'm going to keep healing. I'm going to build a medical system that serves everyone, not just nobles. I'm going to be difficult and stubborn and entirely too opinionated. I wouldn't want you any other way, Marcus said. And I'm terrified, Sarah admitted. Of the scrutiny, of the expectations, of the possibility that I'll fail you or the kingdom or myself. I'm just a healer from a small territory. I don't know how to be a princess. Marcus took her hands. My mother was a peasant who didn't know how to be a queen. She learned. And she had my father to help her, the same way you'll have me. We'll figure it out together. Together, Sarah repeated, testing the word. Your parents say that a lot. It's their promise to each other, and it works. Marcus pulled her closer. So what do you say, Sarah? Will you be my mate? Will you let me spend the rest of my life proving that I'm worthy of you? Sarah looked at him for a long moment, then smiled. The first truly open, vulnerable smile he'd seen from her. Yes, but I'm keeping my healer position. Non-negotiable. Agreed, Marcus said, and kissed her under the same stars that had witnessed his parents' binding ceremony 25 years before. When Marcus brought Sarah to meet his parents officially, Elizabeth took one look at the small, fierce healer standing beside her son and started crying. Mother? Marcus asked, alarmed. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Elizabeth managed through her tears. She's perfect. She's absolutely perfect. Isaac, watching Sarah's protective stance beside Marcus, the way his son unconsciously angled his body to shield her, saw the echo of his own early relationship with Elizabeth. She's a commoner, he observed. Yes, Marcus said, his jaw set. Is that a problem? No, Isaac said, surprising them all. It's a pattern, and apparently it's the best decision any male in our family can make. Welcome to the family, Sarah. Sarah curtsied, awkwardly, clearly unpracticed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to make him happy. I have no doubt, Isaac replied. But more importantly, does he make you happy? He does, Sarah said, relaxing slightly, even when he's bleeding on my floor. Isaac laughed, a real delighted laugh. Elizabeth, I like her. So do I, Elizabeth agreed, wiping her eyes. Marcus, you've chosen well. The mating ceremony for Marcus and Sarah was different from Isaac and Elizabeth's. It was a choice freely made, celebrated by the kingdom, witnessed by family and friends. But the bond that formed was just as strong, and when Sarah bore Marcus's mark on her neck, she wore it with pride instead of shame. It suits her, Eleanor observed during the celebration afterward. Everything suits her, Lucas said, his empathic gift making him sensitive to the love flowing between Marcus and his new mate. They're happy. Really, genuinely happy. Just like mother and father, Eleanor said softly. The three siblings stood together, watching their parents dance with the same grace and synchronization they'd shown for decades, and felt the weight of the example set before them. Marcus had found his love. Eleanor and Lucas would find theirs too, in time. The legacy of the bargain that had saved their family continued, evolving with each generation, proving that sometimes the most desperate choices led to the most beautiful destinations. Chapter 27. Eleanor's Choice. Eleanor was 23 when she announced she had no intention of taking a mate. Ever? Elizabeth asked, trying to hide her surprise. Ever, Eleanor confirmed. They were in the garden, where all important family conversations seemed to happen, working side by side to plant new rose bushes. I've seen what mating does to people, the bond, the connection, the way it ties two lives together so completely. I don't want that. You don't want love? I didn't say that. I said I don't want a mate bond. Eleanor sat back on her heels, her hands dirty with soil. Mother, you and Father have something extraordinary. Marcus and Sarah are building something beautiful, but that's not the only way to live a meaningful life. I have work to do, reforms to implement, systems to change, a kingdom to help reshape into something better. A mate bond would complicate that. Or it could support it, Elizabeth suggested gently. The right partner could be an asset, not an obstacle. Maybe. But I've met every eligible noble in the 5 kingdoms, and none of them see me as anything but an opportunity. The Alpha King's daughter, a route to power. They don't see Eleanor. They see a title, a connection, a stepping stone. Eleanor's expression was fierce. I won't be someone's political strategy. If I ever take a mate, it will be because I've found someone who sees me, who wants me for who I am, not what I represent. And until that happens, I'm content alone. Elizabeth understood that independence, that fierce determination to be more than what others expected. She'd fought similar battles her entire reign. Your father won't force you, she assured Eleanor. Neither will I. You get to choose your own path. Thank you. Eleanor resumed planting, then added quietly, Was it hard, being chosen for practical reasons, then having to build love from that? It was terrifying, Elizabeth admitted. And it's painful, and many times I thought I'd made a horrible mistake. But Eleanor, the thing about your father and me, we didn't just accept the circumstances we were given. We actively chose to make something more. Every day, we chose each other. That's what made it work. But you didn't have a choice initially. You were desperate. Father was desperate. And the bargain was survival for both of you. True. But after that first night, after the bond formed, we had choices. I could have stayed distant, done my duty and nothing more. Your father could have kept me at arm's length, used me without seeing me. We chose differently. We chose to grow together. Elizabeth met her daughter's eyes. That's what I want for you, Eleanor. Not a mate bond necessarily, but the choice. The freedom to decide for yourself what your life looks like. And if I choose to remain alone, then you remain alone and you'll still be loved, still be valued, still be family. Elizabeth smiled. Though knowing you, you'll probably revolutionize the entire system of mate bonds while you're at it, making it possible for others to choose their own paths too. Eleanor laughed. You know me too well. I do. You're my daughter. Elizabeth pulled Eleanor into a hug, heedless of the dirt on both of them. Whatever you choose, wherever your path leads, I'm proud of you. But fate, as it often did, had other plans for Eleanor. She met him during a diplomatic mission to the Western Territories. A scholar named Adrian who was presenting research on alternative governance structures. He was brilliant, passionate about his work, and completely oblivious to Eleanor's title. He argued with her about political theory, challenged her assumptions, and treated her like an intellectual equal rather than a princess to be deferred to. Eleanor found herself seeking him out between official sessions, engaging in debates that lasted hours, discovering someone who matched her intellect and matched her passion for systemic change. Adrian, for his part, seemed equally captivated. You're the most interesting person I've ever met, he told her after a particularly heated discussion about resource distribution. The way your mind works, it's extraordinary. You're not so bad yourself, Eleanor replied, trying to play it cool even as her heart raced. For a scholar. For a scholar, Adrian repeated with a smile, and you're not so bad for a princess. I'm not really a princess, Eleanor said impulsively. I mean, technically I am, but that's not who I am. I'm just Eleanor. Just Eleanor, Adrian said softly, is more than enough. They spent the remaining 2 weeks of the diplomatic mission together as much as propriety allowed. They walked through the Western Territories' famous libraries, debated philosophy and politics, shared meals and ideas, and the growing realization that this, whatever this was something neither had expected, but both wanted. The night before Eleanor was scheduled to return to Blackpine, Adrian found her on the terrace of the guest quarters, looking up at the stars. I need to tell you something, he said without preamble. Eleanor's stomach clenched. What? I'm not noble, I'm not wealthy, I'm not politically connected. I'm just a scholar from a modest family who studies governance because I believe in making the world better. Adrian took her hands. But Eleanor, these 2 weeks with you have been the best of my life. You challenge me, inspire me, make me want to be better. And I know I have nothing to offer you. No title, no lands, no strategic advantage. But I'm offering anyway, because I've fallen in love with you, and I'd rather be honest and rejected than silent and wondering. Eleanor stared at him, her carefully constructed walls crumbling. You love me? Not Princess Eleanor, but just me. I love your band and your passion, and the way you refuse to accept that things have to be the way they've always been. I love that you argue with me, that you're smarter than me half the time, that you care so deeply about making the world better. Adrian's grip on her hands tightened. I love you, Eleanor, all of you, And if you'll have me, I'll spend my life supporting your work, challenging your ideas, and reminding you that you're extraordinary." Eleanor felt tears prick her eyes, she who never cried, who'd built her life on being tough and independent and needing no one. "I wasn't supposed to want this," she whispered. "I wasn't supposed to want a mate or a bond or any of it. I was supposed to be content alone." "You can still be content alone," Adrian said gently. "I'm not asking you to give up your independence or your work. I'm asking to stand beside you while you change the world. Partners, not some traditional mate bond that diminishes you. Equals." "Equals," Eleanor repeated, and the word felt right. Not a bond that consumes or controls, but one that supports and strengthens. "Exactly, if you want it, if I'm what you want." Eleanor looked at this brilliant but passionate scholar who'd somehow seen past her title and her defenses to the person underneath and made a choice. "Yes," she said, "yes, I want this. I want you. But Adrian, you need to understand, I'm difficult. I'm stubborn. I'm going to spend my life fighting systems and challenging authorities and generally being a pain in everyone's side. Can you live with that?" "I'm counting on it," Adrian replied, and kissed her under the same stars that had witnessed her parents' first kiss in the garden, her brother's first kiss with Sarah. Generations of love being built on foundations of choice and mutual respect. When Eleanor returned to Black Pine with Adrian in tow, Isaac took one look at his daughter's defensive expression and the nervous scholar beside her and sighed. "Another commoner," he said to Elizabeth. "Why is it that every member of our family falls in love with commoners?" "Because we raised them to value substance over status," Elizabeth replied, studying Adrian with interest. "And because the best love stories in our family all start with someone seeing past the crown to the person underneath." "Fair point." Isaac turned to Adrian, who looked like he was facing execution. "What's your name, scholar?" "Adrian Whitfield, Your Majesty." Adrian bowed, not quite perfectly. "I'm a researcher specializing in governance structures and systemic reform. And you want to mate with my daughter." "I want to partner with your daughter," Adrian corrected carefully. "With respect, Your Majesty, Eleanor has made it clear she has no interest in a traditional mate bond. We're proposing something different. A partnership based on mutual respect and shared goals, formalized by choice rather than instinct." Isaac raised an eyebrow. "You're proposing to redefine the entire concept of mate bonds." "With your permission, yes." "That's very Eleanor of you," Isaac observed, and Eleanor shot him a grateful look. "Elizabeth, what do you think?" "I think," Elizabeth said slowly, "that we've spent 28 years proving that love doesn't have to follow traditional patterns to be real. If Eleanor and Adrian want to build something different, something that works for them, we should support it. Even if it scandalizes every traditional werewolf in the 5 kingdoms? Especially if it scandalizes them," Elizabeth said with a smile. "Someone needs to keep pushing boundaries." "Might as well be Eleanor." Isaac looked at his daughter, his fierce, brilliant, stubborn daughter who'd never been satisfied with the status quo, and felt pride swell in his chest. "All right, you have my blessing. But Adrian—" "Yes, Your Majesty. If you hurt her, there's nowhere in the 5 kingdoms you can hide from me. Clear?" "Crystal clear, Your Majesty," Adrian said, though he was smiling. "But I should tell you, if I hurt her, Eleanor will destroy me long before you get the chance." "True," Isaac agreed. "Very true." Eleanor and Adrian's bonding ceremony was unlike any the kingdom had seen. No mating mark, no blood bond in the traditional sense. Instead, they exchanged vows of partnership and mutual support. bound by choice and witnessed by family and the progressive nobles who'd gathered to see what the revolutionary princess would do next. "I choose you," Eleanor said, her voice strong and clear. "Not because instinct demands it or duty requires it, but because you see me, support me, and challenge me to be better. I choose this partnership freely, and I'll choose it every day for the rest of my life." "I choose you," Adrian echoed. "Your brilliance, your passion, your refusal to accept limitations. I choose to stand beside you as you change the world, to support your work, and to love you exactly as you are." They sealed the vow with a kiss, and Lucas, watching with his empathic gift, felt the bond form between them, different from his parents' blood bond, different from Marcus and Sarah's mate bond, but no less real. It was a bond of choice and respect, of two minds coming together in perfect alignment. "They're going to change everything," Lucas murmured to Marcus. "I know," Marcus replied, "and it's going to be magnificent." Chapter 28. Lucas's Calling. Lucas was 23 when he realized his empathic gift wasn't just for healing individual people, it was for healing the kingdom itself. He'd been working in the healing ward, treating a soldier suffering from severe battle trauma. The man couldn't sleep, couldn't stop reliving the horrors he'd witnessed, couldn't function in daily life. The healers had tried everything, medicines, therapies, rest, but nothing worked. Lucas sat with him, opened his empathic gift fully, and felt the man's pain like it was his own. The terror, the guilt, the sense that he'd lost something essential and could never get it back. It was familiar. Lucas had felt echoes of it from his own father, from Marcus after the border campaign, from every soldier who'd survived war. And Lucas understood, in that moment, that there were thousands of people carrying these wounds. Soldiers, refugees, families torn apart by conflict. And they had no one to help them, no one who understood that the damage went deeper than bodies, infected souls. "I need to do something," Lucas told his parents that evening. They were in the garden as always, the place where all important family conversations happened. "What do you need to do?" Elizabeth asked gently. "I need to create a healing system that addresses more than just physical wounds. Something that helps people recover from trauma, from loss, from the damage that war and hardship leave behind." Lucas's expression was intense, focused. "Father, you carry wounds from the war. So does Marcus. So do thousands of soldiers throughout the kingdom, and we treat their bodies but ignore their souls. I want to change that." Isaac was quiet for a long moment. "That's ambitious." "It's necessary," Lucas corrected. "And I have the gift to do it. My empathy lets me understand what people are feeling, what they need, how to help them heal emotionally as well as physically. If I don't use this gift to help them, what's the point of having it?" "You're 23, Isaac pointed out. "You're young to be taking on such a massive undertaking." "You were 18 when you led your first battle," Lucas replied. "Mother was 21 when she became queen. Marcus was 18 when he held the border. Eleanor was 16 when she first started revolutionizing diplomacy. Our family doesn't wait for perfect timing. We see what needs to be done and we do it." Elizabeth smiled, pride shining in her eyes. "He's right. And Isaac, think about how this could have helped you. If you'd had someone who understood your trauma, who could have helped you process it instead of just bearing it under ice and duty." Isaac's hand went unconsciously to his scars. "It would have changed everything," he admitted quietly. "Maybe I wouldn't have spent 15 years thinking I was too broken to deserve love. Maybe I could have healed faster, hurt fewer people, suffered less." "Then let me help others avoid that," Lucas said. Let me build something that makes trauma survivable, say it does, that gives people tools to heal instead of just ways to hide their pain. You have me support, Isaac said. Whatever resources you need, whatever authority you require, it's yours. Build your healing system, Lucas. Make the kingdom better. Lucas's trauma healing centers became his life's work. He started small, with a single facility in Black Pine, but the demand was immediate and overwhelming. Soldiers came, refugees came, people carrying grief and fear and pain they'd never had words for came seeking help. Lucas trained other empaths, built curricula for healers, developed techniques that combined his gift with practical therapeutic approaches. He worked 16-hour days, giving of himself so completely that Elizabeth worried he'd burn out. "You're exhausted," she told him one evening, finding him in his office surrounded by case files and research notes. "I'm needed," Lucas replied, not looking up from his work. "You're also human. Or werewolves, whichever applies." Elizabeth sat across from him. "Lucas, I'm proud of what you're building, but you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself too. There are so many people hurting, Mother. Every day I don't work is another day someone suffers needlessly. And every day you work yourself into collapse is a day closer to when you won't be able to help anyone." Elizabeth took his hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "I know you inherited my stubborn determination to fix everything, but I also learned eventually that I couldn't save everyone by myself. I needed help. I needed balance. I needed to remember that I was a person, not just a queen or a mother or a fixer of problems." Lucas's eyes filled with tears. "It's so much, Mother. The pain people carry. I feel it all through my gift, and it's overwhelming. How did Father survive carrying all his trauma alone? How is anyone?" "Most people don't survive it well," Elizabeth said honestly. "Your father nearly didn't. He was drowning in it when I arrived, barely holding himself together. But Lucas, he survived because eventually he let me help carry some of the weight. That's what you need too. People who can share the burden. I don't want to dump my pain on others. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting you build a team, a community of healers who support each other as much as they support their patients. You can't do this alone, sweetheart. No one can." Lucas absorbed this, then nodded slowly. "You're right. I need help." "And you'll get it," Elizabeth assured him. "This family has a habit of taking on impossible tasks and somehow making them work. You're not alone in this, Lucas. You never were." By the time Lucas was 25, his trauma healing centers operated in every major territory of the kingdom. He'd trained hundreds of healers, helped thousands of patients, and fundamentally changed how the kingdom approached psychological wounds. He'd also met Kira. She was a healer who trained under him, someone with a gift for grounding people in crisis, for providing the steady calm that Lucas's more intense empathy sometimes lacked. They worked together seamlessly, complementing each other's strengths, covering each other's weaknesses. "She's perfect for you," Marcus observed, watching Lucas and Kira work together during a difficult case. "She's my colleague," Lucas replied, but his eyes followed Kira as she moved through the healing center. "She's more than that, and you know it," Eleanor added. She'd come to visit, bringing Adrian to tour the facilities. "Lucas, I've watched you with hundreds of people. You're never this relaxed, this yourself, with anyone but her." "We work well together," Lucas insisted. "You're in love with her," Marcus said flatly. "And based on the way she looks at you, she feels the same. So what's the problem?" Lucas was quiet for a moment. She deserves better than someone who feels everyone's pain all the time. Someone who comes home exhausted from carrying other people's trauma. Someone who is compassionate, dedicated, and doing work that literally saves lives, Eleanor interrupted. Lucas, stop making excuses. You're scared because you've seen how hard relationships can be, but you've also seen how beautiful they can be. Mother and father, Marcus and Sarah, Adrian and me, we all found people who see us, who love us despite, or because of, our complications. Kira knows about your gift, Marcus added. She works with you every day. She sees you at your most exhausted, your most overwhelmed, and she's still here. That tells you something. Lucas knew they were right. He'd been fighting his feelings for Kira for months, telling himself it was professional, that getting involved would complicate their work. But the truth was simpler and more terrifying. He was afraid. Afraid of opening himself up. Afraid of being vulnerable, afraid of loving someone and potentially losing them. But he'd spent his entire life helping other people face their fears. Maybe it was time to face his own. Lucas found Kira in the garden that evening. The same garden where his parents had fallen in love, where his siblings had found their partners, where every important conversation in his family seemed to happen. This is beautiful, Kira said, looking around at the roses and lilies and moonblooms. You grew up here. More or less. My siblings and I spent our childhood running through these paths, helping Mother plant new beds, listening to Father tell stories about his own mother who built all of this. Lucas moved to stand beside her. Kira, I need to talk to you about something. Is it about the new patient intake procedures? Because I have some thoughts. It's about us, Lucas interrupted. Kira went still. Us? I'm in love with you, Lucas said, the words tumbling out in a rush. I have been for months, maybe longer. I keep telling myself it's professional admiration, that we just work well together, but it's more than that. You make me laugh when I'm overwhelmed. You know when I need space and when I need company. You challenge my assumptions and support my vision and make me want to be better. And I'm terrified to tell you this because what if it ruins our working relationship? What if you don't feel the same? What if... Kira kissed him, silencing his anxious rambling. When she pulled back, she was smiling. I love you too, you absolute fool. I've been waiting for you to realize it for the past 6 months. You knew? Lucas, I'm not empathic like you, but I'm not blind. You bring me tea without asking when you sense I'm tired. You always position yourself between me and anything threatening. You laugh at my terrible jokes and take my advice seriously and look at me like I'm the most important person in the room. Kira cupped his face in her hands. Of course I knew. And I've been in love with you just as long. Why didn't you say something? Because you needed to come to it yourself. You needed to be ready to let someone in. To accept that even though you feel everything, you deserve to be loved. Kira's expression was tender. You spend your whole life healing others, Lucas. Let me help heal you. Lucas pulled her close, feeling through his empathic gift the truth of her love, the depth of her commitment, the future they could build together. Together, he asked, echoing his parents' vow. Together, Kira confirmed. Chapter 29. The Crown Passes. Isaac was 57 when the wolf finally became too difficult to control. It started with small things. Shifts he couldn't quite prevent, moments when his eyes flashed gold and stayed that way for minutes instead of seconds. Instances where the wolf's instincts overrode his human judgment. Nothing dangerous yet, but the warning signs were clear. It's time, he told Elizabeth one morning, after a night where he'd barely maintained control during a council meeting. I need to pass the crown to Marcus before the wolf makes the choice for me. Elizabeth had known this day was coming. They both had. But that didn't make it easier. Are you sure? I'm sure. The wolf is getting stronger as I age, not weaker. Eventually it's going to take over completely, and I'll become more beast than man. I won't let that happen while I'm still responsible for the kingdom. Isaac took her hands. Marcus is ready. He's been ready for years, and I'd rather step down with dignity than wait until I'm dragged down by biology. What about us? We'll finally get the quiet retirement we've both earned. Isaac smiled, though his eyes were serious. I want to spend whatever time I have left in the garden with you, watching our grandchildren grow, knowing that I left the kingdom in capable hands. Is that so terrible? No, Elizabeth admitted. It's not terrible at all. The coronation of Marcus Gomeh as Alpha King was the grandest celebration Black Pine had seen in decades. Nobles from all 5 kingdoms attended. The city was decorated in silver and black. The Great Hall was transformed into a throne room worthy of history. Marcus knelt before his father, his head bowed, and Isaac placed the crown on his son's head. The same crown Isaac had worn for 35 years. The same crown that had weighed on him through war and peace, through isolation and love, through the darkest nights and the brightest days. Rule with compassion, Isaac said, his voice carrying through the hall. Rule with strength, but most importantly, rule with the understanding that a kingdom is only as strong as the love that binds its people together. You have seen this in your mother and me, in your siblings, in the family we built from desperate beginnings. Let that be your guide. I will, Father, Marcus replied, his voice steady despite the emotion Elizabeth could see in his eyes through the blood bond she shared with her son. A fainter echo of the bond she had with Isaac, but present nonetheless. Isaac stepped back, and Marcus rose, turning to face the assembled court. Sarah stood beside him, radiant in a gown of deep blue, her healer's hands steady as she took her place as his queen consort. Together, they looked like the future, young, strong, ready to lead. Long live King Marcus, Commander Blackwood called out, and the hall erupted in cheers. Isaac moved to stand beside Elizabeth in the crowd, no longer at the center but at the edge, and she felt through their bond the strange mixture of relief and loss. He'd carried the crown for so long it had become part of his identity. Letting go was freedom and grief intertwined. Are you all right? Elizabeth whispered. I am, Isaac replied, taking her hand. For the first time in 35 years, I'm not responsible for everyone's survival. I can just be. It's terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. Through the bond, Elizabeth felt the truth of it, the weight lifting, the wolf settling now that the pressure of leadership was gone, the possibility of peace after decades of constant vigilance. Let's go to the garden, she suggested. In the middle of the coronation? No one will miss us, Elizabeth said with a smile. Everyone's focused on Marcus now, as they should be. Come on. They slipped out of the hall quietly. 2 people who'd spent decades at the center of everything, finally able to fade into the background. The garden was quiet, lit by moonlight. Peaceful in a way the fortress halls never were during celebrations. Isaac pulled Elizabeth close, swaying gently to music they could hear faintly from the great hall. We did it, he murmured. We survived everything. The war, the bargain, the assassination attempts, the border raids, raising 3 incredibly complicated children. We survived it all. More than survived, Elizabeth corrected. We thrived. We built something beautiful from something desperate. We raised children who are better than both of us. We changed the kingdom. You changed the kingdom, Isaac said. I was just the broken king who was lucky enough to buy the right woman. You were the broken king who chose to heal instead of staying frozen. That takes more courage than winning any war. Elizabeth looked up at him, at the face she'd memorized over 3 decades. At the scars she'd learned to see as marks of survival rather than damage. I love you, Isaac Gomeh, former Alpha King, current garden enthusiast, my partner in everything. I love you, Elizabeth Gomeh, former desperate peasant, current retired queen, the woman who saved me from myself. Isaac kissed her, soft and sweet and full of 30 years of choosing each other. What do we do now? Now? Elizabeth smiled. Now we get to just be us. No duties, no responsibilities, no kingdom to save. Just 2 people who love each other, working in the garden, watching our grandchildren grow, living the peaceful life we never thought we'd have. That sounds perfect, Isaac said. And it was. Chapter 30, The Next Generation. 3 years after Marcus's coronation, Elizabeth sat in the garden with her first grandchild, Marcus and Sarah's daughter, Elena, named for the grandmother who'd started it all. The baby was 6 months old, with Marcus's amber eyes and Sarah's dark hair, and she was fascinated by the flowers Elizabeth was showing her. "See the rose?" Elizabeth said softly, holding Elena close to a particularly beautiful bloom. "Your great-grandmother Eleanor planted the first of these, and your grandfather Isaac helped me restore them when they'd been neglected. 3 generations of love in these roses, little one." Elena reached for the flower with chubby baby hands, and Elizabeth carefully guided her to touch the soft petals without encountering thorns. "Are you teaching her gardening already?" Isaac asked, emerging from the fortress with tea and biscuits on a tray. At 60, he was slower than he'd been, gray threading through his dark hair, but his amber eyes were clearer than Elizabeth had seen them in years. Without the weight of the crown, the wolf had settled, content to simply be part of him rather than constantly threatening to take over. "It's never too early to learn about growing things," Elizabeth replied, taking Elena carefully in one arm so she could accept the tea Isaac offered. "True." Isaac settled beside them, watching his granddaughter with open adoration. "Have you heard from Eleanor?" "Letter came this morning. She and Adrian have established 3 more progressive governance institutes. They're revolutionizing how the Western territories think about leadership." Elizabeth smiled. "She says to tell Elena that she's going to grow up in a world where women can do absolutely anything, and Aunt Eleanor is making sure of it." "That's very Eleanor." Isaac tickled Elena's foot, making her giggle. "And Lucas?" "His trauma healing centers have expanded to all 5 kingdoms now. Kira wrote that they're training the next generation of empathic healers, and the results are transforming how we think about war recovery." Elizabeth shifted Elena to her other arm. "All 3 of our children are changing the world, Isaac. In their own ways, they're making it better." "Because we showed them it was possible," Isaac said quietly. "Because you showed them that circumstances don't have to define you, that broken things can be repaired, that love matters more than duty." "We showed them together," Elizabeth corrected. "This was never just me, Isaac. It was us making choices every day to be better, to build something good from something desperate." Elena babbled something that might have been an attempt at speech, and both grandparents laughed. "She's going to be trouble," Isaac predicted. "I can tell already." "All the best people are," Elizabeth replied. They sat together in the garden as the afternoon sun painted everything gold. 3 generations present in that moment. The grandparents who'd built the foundation, the parents who were building on it, and the grandchild who would inherit it all. The garden bloomed around them, roses and lilies and moon blooms, a living testament to what could grow when people chose love over fear, healing over hiding, connection over isolation. "Do you ever regret it?" Isaac asked suddenly. "The bargain. What I did to you. The life you lost." Elizabeth looked at him, this man she'd been terrified of, who'd become the center of her world, who'd given her purpose and love in a family she'd never imagined. "Not for a single moment," she said firmly. "Everything I lost led me to everything I gained. I'd make the same choice 1,000 times. Even knowing the pain, the fear, the difficulty, especially knowing all that, because the joy, the love, the life we built, it was worth every moment of struggle." Elizabeth leaned against him, Elena content in her arms, the garden peaceful around them. "We turned a desperate bargain into a love story for the ages, Isaac. Our children are proof of that. Our grandchildren will be proof of that. Generations from now, people will tell the story of the broken Alpha King and the desperate girl who saved each other." "And what will they say?" Isaac asked, though Elizabeth could feel through the bond that he already knew. "They'll say that sometimes the hardest beginnings lead to the most beautiful endings. That love can bloom even in the darkest places. That broken people can heal each other if they're brave enough to try." Elizabeth kissed him softly. "They'll say we were lucky, but we'll know the truth. It wasn't luck. It was a choice. Every single day, we chose each other." "I choose you," Isaac murmured, repeating the vow they'd made countless times over 33 years. "And I choose you," Elizabeth replied. "Today and always." Elena gurgled contentedly, surrounded by love and roses. Growing up in a kingdom built on the foundation of a bargain that had become so much more. And in the distance, Marcus and Sarah could be seen walking through the fortress courtyard, Eleanor and Adrian's latest letter in hand, plans and dreams, and the future unfolding before them. The garden bloomed, the family grew, and the legacy of the Alpha King's bargain for an heir continued, evolving with each generation, proving that the best love stories weren't the ones that started perfectly. They were the ones where imperfect people chose to build something beautiful together. One day at a time, one choice at a time, until desperate bargains became eternal bonds and broken people became whole. Epilogue. 50 years later, Elizabeth was 71 when Isaac finally let the wolf take him. He'd fought it for a decade, fought to maintain his humanity even as age and biology conspired against him. But the morning came when he woke and knew. Today was the day. He could feel the wolf rising, not in anger or violence, but in completion. It was time to become what he had always been meant to be, to stop fighting and just let go. "Elizabeth," he called, and she came immediately, as she always had. She took one look at his eyes, already more gold than amber, already more wolf than man, and understood. Today? Today. Isaac took her hands, holding them desperately, trying to memorize the feel of her skin against his. "I'm sorry. I wanted more time. I wanted to see more grandchildren, more of what we built, more of you. But the wolf..." "Shh," Elizabeth cupped his face, this face she'd loved for 50 years. "You don't need to apologize. You held on longer than anyone expected. You saw Marcus crowned. You met Elena and Thomas and little Isaac and all 7 of our grandchildren. You saw Eleanor's reforms change 3 kingdoms and Lucas's healing centers become standard throughout the realm. You saw everything important, my love. Everything that mattered. I saw you, Isaac said. His voice already rougher, the wolf bleeding through. Every day for 50 years, I saw you. That was the important part. That was what mattered. Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears she didn't bother to hide. What happens now? The wolf takes over. I won't be human anymore, not really, just beast. Marcus has already arranged for me to be taken to the Northern Territories, where I can run free without endangering anyone. Isaac's grip on her hands tightened. I won't remember you. Won't remember us. The wolf doesn't hold human memories. But Elizabeth, right now, in this moment, I remember everything. And I'm grateful. For the bargain that brought you to me. For every day we chose each other. For the life we built from nothing. Thank you. For saving me, for loving me, for making my life mean something more than duty and war. Thank you for letting me save you, Elizabeth replied through her tears. For seeing me when I was nothing. For building a partnership when you could have just used me. For teaching me that broken people can heal, that desperate bargains can become love stories, that choosing someone every day matters more than any grand romantic gesture. Isaac pulled her close, holding her with all his remaining human strength. I love you, Elizabeth Gomeh. I've loved you for 50 years, and I'll love you with whatever remains of me, even when I'm only wolf. I love you, Isaac Gomeh, my mate, my king, my partner in everything. Thank you for every moment. Elizabeth kissed him one last time, tasting salt from both their tears, memorizing the feel of his lips against hers. Go, transform, run free, and know that you were loved, completely and eternally. Isaac held her for one more heartbeat. Then he stepped back, and she watched as the transformation took him. Not violent or painful, but natural, inevitable. The man she'd loved dissolved into the wolf that had always lived inside him, enormous and black and beautiful. The wolf looked at her with golden eyes that held no recognition, no memory of the woman who'd been his mate. It tilted its head, curious about this crying human, then turned and bounded away toward the northern forests where it would spend its remaining years running free, finally at peace. Elizabeth stood alone in the garden they'd restored together, tears streaming down her face, feeling the blood bond stretch and thin as Isaac's human consciousness faded completely. It didn't break. She would still feel the wolf's presence, distant and wild, until his death. But the connection that had sustained her for 50 years was fundamentally changed. Goodbye, my love, she whispered to the empty garden. Marcus found her there hours later, sitting beside Eleanor's statue, the roses blooming around her in vibrant profusion. Mother, he said gently, are you all right? No, Elizabeth replied honestly, but I will be, eventually. Marcus sat beside her, this son who'd been the first result of a desperate bargain and had grown into a compassionate king. Tell me about him. About father. The parts I never saw. The man he was before he was my father. So Elizabeth told him. About the cold king in the throne room who'd bought her like livestock. About the man in the garden who'd remembered how to grow things. About the warrior who'd been broken by war and the lover who'd learned to be gentle. About 50 years of choosing each other, of building something beautiful from something desperate, of proving that the hardest beginnings could lead to the most beautiful endings. "He loved you so much," Marcus said when she finished. "I don't think I fully understood until I had Elena, until I felt that desperate need to protect someone more than yourself." "But Father, he would have burned the kingdom to keep you safe." "And I would have done the same for him," Elizabeth replied. That was what the blood bond meant, not just connection, but complete devotion. "We were halves of a whole, and now," her voice broke, "now I'm just a half again." Marcus pulled his mother into his arms and let her cry, this woman who'd been queen and partner and the foundation of everything their family had become. And he understood, finally, the depth of what she'd lost. Not just a mate, but the person who'd defined her existence for half a century. Elizabeth lived another 12 years after Isaac's transformation. She spent them in the garden, tending the roses, teaching her grandchildren about growing things, writing the story of her life with Isaac so future generations would understand that love could bloom even in the darkest places. She attended Marcus's coronation of his own son. She saw Eleanor's reforms spread to all 5 kingdoms. She watched Lucas's healing centers become so fundamental to society that people couldn't remember a time without them. She held great-grandchildren and told them about the desperate bargain that had saved their family. But mostly, she waited. Through the blood bond, she felt the wolf in the northern territories, felt it running and hunting and simply being. She didn't know if any part of Isaac remained aware inside the beast, didn't know if he could feel her love still reaching out through their connection. But she held on to the bond, that last tie to the man she'd loved, and found comfort in knowing he was free. Elizabeth died peacefully in her sleep on a spring morning in the garden, surrounded by blooming roses. The blood bond broke as her heart stopped, and in the northern territories, a massive black wolf howled at the sky. Grief or release or recognition, no one could say. The wolf died 3 days later, found peacefully at rest beneath a tree, finally reunited with its mate in whatever lay beyond. They were buried together in the garden beneath Eleanor's statue, their graves marked with simple stones that read, Isaac Gomeh, Alpha King, Elizabeth Gomeh, his queen. Together in life, together in death, a bargain became a love story. And as years passed and the garden continued to bloom, their story became legend. Children were told about the desperate girl and the broken king. Scholars studied their reforms and their partnership. Lovers visited the garden to make their own vows, hoping to build something half as beautiful as what Isaac and Elizabeth had created. Marcus ruled wisely, with Sarah beside him, their own partnership built on the foundation his parents had laid. Eleanor's reforms became law. Lucas's healing centers became institutions. And their children, and their children's children, carried forward the legacy of two people who'd proven that the most desperate circumstances could lead to the most extraordinary love. The garden became a pilgrimage site. The roses tended by generations of the Gomeh family, each one understanding that they owed their existence to a bargain made in desperation and transformed by choice into something eternal. And on quiet nights, when the moon was full and the wind whispered through the roses, people swore they could feel them still. Two presences in the garden, forever young, forever choosing each other. The Alpha King and his queen who turned a transaction into a transformation and proved that love, real love, could overcome anything, even death, even time, Even the impossible odds that said a broken king and a desperate girl should never have worked. They had worked. Beautifully, eternally. And their story lived on, a testament to what could grow when people were brave enough to choose love over fear, healing over hiding, connection over isolation. The Alpha King's bargain for an heir had become so much more than anyone imagined. It had become everything. The end. Subscribe to my channel for more intriguing werewolf romance audio stories and comment where you are watching from. Thank you for watching.